Okay, I'll be honest, had no intention of going back to play this skip drive puzzle right now, but I can't help but thinking about it. Well, I haven't been thinking about it too much, but I want to get it done. That's a bad idea. These things are never quick, are they? Anyway, what I did look at, and I went back to look at it after the last stream, was, I think the way I'm going to weld this up is going to be that central column there as one piece, because I think I can weld that to that. So I'm going to weld this up as one piece as well, this outer bit here. So the central column should be fairly simple because it's just that bit and these two bits together. So, actually I could probably do all of that, couldn't I? I could drop that down there. Something like that. Let's make sure we've got some decent height. So what is the height of that? That's 3 high, plus the middle bit 7, plus those two bits 9. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If we therefore drop that down there, so a little bit further out, okay, a little bit further out still. Let's drop that down there. Let's get rid of that. It's gonna fall like this. We're gonna need to weld that to the central column. So we have one welder here. Okay, but how do we... If that's like that, I think I've been through this before. I can't have another weld there on the column. What about this? Nope. So I can't weld to the column. Oh. What about... weld that way? How can I weld that column in there then onto that? What about underneath? No, can't do an underneath as well. I can weld from the top, but not underneath. So just thinking about the welding configurations, right? That's what I'm looking at, and then we'll have this central column up here. So I can't have a welder coming in there and one coming in there. Yes, I can, but that's no use to me because it's the one on the bottom that needs And that, and this is no, I can't do this, can I? Like that. So the bottom welder needs to pass through this or this, and the top one will have to pass through that, so it can't be done. So I can't weld a bottom X onto the column directly. So I'm still going to do a column. What about top X? I think I can do that. So let's do a column still. And let's send one top X over here to join these guys here. So we'll have a column coming out here like this. It'll fall around about the same sort of height as the last thing, really. Like that. Okay. So 1, 2. This piece over here and there's 2 pieces over here. Let's move that one there. Ah, that's interesting. So let's drop that down a notch. That's going to be 3 high. 1, 2, 3 high. Then it's going to plop in there. So it's going to come out from here. So let's say we pick it up there. Just for simplicity's sake. Plop it in there. Okay. Let's just knock that back a second. Okay. I think that will transport that one piece on the ground and those other pieces like that. Oh, what happened there with that X? Look at that. Okay. So those X's I want over this way. Apart from one of them. In a second. Not enough clearance. That should give enough clearance. Huh. Okay, what's that look like? Okay, so I don't want to. Oh. I don't know why that suddenly fell. It was alright before. How does that time? Nicely. Okay, cool. Wow, let's not. Let's bring that out a bit. Let's bring that one out over here. And do something like that. And again, like this. And then this X, so I don't need this anymore. Hopefully it's timed okay still. Is it 1, 2, 3? So oh. There's the column. There's that piece. Oh my god, I'm slipping away. There's the column. There's that piece. There's another column. Now we've got an issue. We need another X ringing out. And the other X will need to be... So that whole thing needs shifting down, doesn't it, really? Is that enough? I hope so. Now that second X... Could just push it, couldn't I? It's not far out enough to give that a useful push. Something like that. Okay. Is that far out enough? I think so. Okay, that's not useful. So. And then I'm gonna... Oh my god. Okay. 1, 2, 3. That X is very close to stuff, but we're going to push it when we've counted. Well, I only want to count one piece, don't I? So let's just say the arm, if you like, of it. So oh, okay. So it just pushes it onto this thing, but if I don't know if this will take precedent over it. If I push like that, if there's like some sort of, you know, because of momentum. No. So I can rectify that with a thing that goes along there. And something like that and that. Okay. Now we've got a problem. That drops in a bit too late. So let's get that to drop in there. And, well, probably actually, I don't know. Oh, it was quite late. And let's get this whole thing 1, 2. Lifted along to. It won't. What about from there? Right from there to there. In fact, let's just put a block there. Get rid of that for a second. And put a block there. Oh, it's still not good enough. Oh, God. Right, there to there. 1, 2. Done. Ish. Probably not. That drops that into there. That'll drop an X onto there. It'll carry along onto here. Everything will fall down in a second, probably. I think we can say that that's all right. So 1. Okay. Now the X is the thing's too early. So let's drop the X off a little bit earlier. I do actually. Why not directly in? Yeah, actually that makes more sense, doesn't it? Just go in directly. This thing here and all of this is done, but what we need is all that carry on. It won't do, but what we... Why doesn't it... Oh, it shifts along. So if we adjust that track somehow, we just push it. But we could, you know, like every other piece. Just push it out one. Okay. And then that way I can put a block in here and just bypass that stuff altogether. I'm going to deal with that in a second, but so those move along. Oh wait. Oh my god, what's happened here? Oh, that's fallen down, that's why. So, I mean, yeah. Where are all these pouring from? What are those? Like that. What is that? That's that. Okay, let's see how that goes anyway. So 1 column, 1 block. What second column? Oh. Oh, let's just get rid of that. Oh my god. Okay. What can we do to flip this? Yeah, well, it shouldn't be falling down. Oh yeah, because it's still on that thing there. Could push it off again. That's so lame. But doesn't matter which way that is, does it? If that gets flipped. I don't want it blocking in at all. I don't want it. What is that for again? That's going to be for the outer shape. So I do need those to just go past that thing altogether. Trouble is, once again, I'm trying to do it as efficiently as possible. Well, as minimal blocks as possible, but that's conflicting with like the ease of the solution, really. And I didn't want to spend absolutely ages on this solution, so let's not spend absolutely ages just yet. And get that drop down one, and that moves across one like this, like so. Okay. I don't know, something like that should do the trick, I imagine. Bloody hell. Why does it not just continue? Still picking up that bloody conveyor belt, isn't it? It's better. Right, it's a bit mammoth, but it'll do. Right, those other pieces are mounting up very quickly, aren't they? I'll have to do something with those in a second. Let's just see if this is built. One, and then that, and then the X is pushed on there nicely. Okay. It doesn't get pushed on there because it's too high up. So we need it to drop down one more again. Flipping out. How have I misjudged this so badly all the time? One more. Oh my god. I'm tired, so I'm going to get grumpy. Okay, doesn't like being pushed around on that, does it? So we're going to have to drop the entire mechanism once more. This one's good. It's just this one that's the problem. So this one's the problem, and that one's the problem. We're going to have to drop that. down to there. That's going to have to go down one. It's going to have to go down one. Where does the X fall? It's pushed off there. It really wants to just sit. Here. I don't know what all that is. So everything's falling there apart from the X, which now gets pushed off. That should also fall on there. But it does. Travels along there, gets pushed off there. Okay. It's a bit weird that. So that doesn't want to be down, that wants to actually be up. One. Plus. And presumably so does that. So if they're up one, get rid of that, get rid of that. Then we might need some support. That and that, something like that. Yeah, something like that. Let's see what falls down. That falls down. We don't need that anymore. It was a... That X carries along. That X gets pushed onto that thing there. Now, when it gets pushed on, we need to weld it as well, which fortunately we've got a bit of space to do that. Oh my god. We're going to have to punch in a welder or move the whole thing along. Well, what we can do is we can weld those three pieces to each other. Let's have a look one more time. 1, 2, 3. That X gets welded onto that. And I need a welder on top. Like on top there. And then a welder down there. I can't have it on top there. But what I can do is put it... That's not a welder. Put it there, pointing downwards. Then the X will pass through there and then be welded to that welder, like that. Okay, it passes through that. So if it passes through that, it's got to roll. And if it rolls, it's got to roll like that. And then it's got no rollers on that side, so it needs a roller there. If it rolls, it's obviously not going to roll off at the same time as that. So when the X lands, which will be... Well, when that second piece lands, we're going to have to move it along, aren't we? Which is no big issue, actually. So, like if I have a sensor there, that three piece will land and then we can just push it on. In fact, even better it would be if we just pushed it on at the same time as the X, and then it was just smooth sailing, but it doesn't matter. I mean, actually, what does that look like anyway? But anyway, where are we? So that gets the top of the X. I don't need that there. The X falls on the top here. So I wonder if the sensor was here, what would happen if we pushed it on at that point? Would the whole thing make a mess, or would it all line up nicely? Oh, what? Let's get rid of that sensor. 1, 2, 3 bits. Okay, so it gets welded on there. So let's just literally grab that and move it one this way and see if that makes any difference whatsoever in terms of it moving on. So 1, 2, 3, nice. Okay, so that's the column, as much of the column as I can do because of that welding limitation, but at least that's done. So now the other thing is, can I build, and I've always wanted to try this, I mean I've attempted this on so many things but it's been slow, but can I build 1, 2, 3, can I weld that piece and that piece and that piece together to the bottom of that as well? Or am I in a rush to weld to the bottom of that? Now I've got the core done. I've got pieces all over the place though, here haven't I? I've got X's, side X's that need to be welded to horizontal pieces. I don't need to do anything with that. That we're done with. Okay, so the only things remaining is this, this, this. And I think that, well no, we've got to do something with those pieces as well, haven't we? Okay, that X is now a bottom X, isn't it? So, why don't I bring that out onto a platform out here, say, for example. Yeah, there's only one bottom X. Those have to be welded to those. What? Oh, so looking at the shape every time. Those get welded to the bottom X, don't they? These will get welded to the top platform over here. There's a lot of these coming out quite rapidly as well. Let's deal with these for a start. Okay, so I'm going to delete that. I'm going to delete that. Just rein that back in a little second. And I'm going to get rid of those down here. There's only one. And that's the bottom one. Let's make that the foundation of everything we try. Okay, so I've sort of captured that. Oh, I've got these as well. Now these get amalgamated with those, so bring those out there so there's no confusion. They're coming out quite quick. What happens if I did that? Actually, no. Let's bring them this way. If they're coming out quick, we bring them that way. And where do they meet? That didn't help. They meet there. At the wrong height. And the wrong sort of... Oh no. Ooh. So, bring it out to 1, 2, drop it down 1, and then bring it out this way. And at what point do they cross over? There. I could weld them there, couldn't I? Now there's an issue, because obviously that's pulling that one that way. But let's assume that that works out every single time, okay? So where's that piece come along? Out there. So if the welder was up here, and it's an X, isn't it? So we've got 2 top-down welders. 1, 2. I don't know what they're going to be attached to, so for the moment, let's just send it across there. Is that too tall for that? Yeah. Well, there's one. Okay. What does that look like? That's an awkward weld, isn't it? I didn't think it would weld like that. It's a very awkward weld. So, why don't we move this whole welder back 1? Like that. Okay. The X will hit it in the right sort of spot, and when it does, it'll twist and turn it out. Right, so let's see. So it's missed it now, and the reason it missed it is because I didn't put in what I needed to put in, which was that, I think. So that'll hold that there. Okay. Let's put it there instead. What does that now look like? Okay, so we've got contact. We can't twist it out, and we're going to struggle twisting it out that way with that second X coming in. But we can just push it out now. Now that they're joined together. Oh, actually twisting it would be. Let's do that. Let's put it like that and just. Excellent. And then actually, so I've got that bit done then, haven't I? We need 4 of those. And we need 2 more bits of those as well. Where are those coming from? They're coming from over there. And they have to be welded on. So let's bring them out, see how fast they come flying out. They'll be ready in a second, won't they? When that's welded on there. They'll be ready to be joined onto the X. So is that enough to like not knock itself off? It isn't, is it? It has to come back a wee bit more. They've already gone though. But those things, God, we're getting close to this, aren't we now? Look at that, that's an awkward thing, isn't it? The way it's done that. But let's twist you in the right direction. Let's see what that does. And then we'll push you. Twist and push, twist and push. Let's twist you. Ah. If we do that though, we'll never get you. We'll never get you like off. Yeah, because it twists like that. Although saying that, I could just have a little runner here, couldn't I? So just 2 out. 1, 2. Okay, and then I need to twist again. So another twister and another runner. Okay, these now need to be stuck onto that. So something like that. And so will these as well. But how do those get stuck on those? Oh, those are the top ones. No, those are the top ones. Those are the bottom ones, aren't they? Yeah. They'll come out quite low then. Do I just want the X to wait? Let's have a look at the timing. Gets its piece, turns around. Can't pick up its piece much quicker than that. But what it probably could do with doing. Oh no. It's just these pieces here, it's like really early. I mean, I could give them some air, I suppose. Yeah, that one's already falling. So, bit of air. I don't know. Like something like that. Is that going in line? So it's 3 up, so we need a roller. I think that just behaves like a solid block, it just looks just partially transparent, I assume. So it's 3 high. Probably going to interfere with that, so let's just move it all this way, that way, and that way. Not actually stuck onto anything, is it? There we go. Oh, it's a bit awkward. Oh, it's done the trick anyway. Oh no, oh yeah, they're still too early. That's alright because we've got our X2 bit round still, so 1, 2. So I wonder if I just put in a little delay. Need to do that. Have a delay. I mean, a delay to the point where one could bash the other one, I suppose, but let's not start that. Okay. Is that enough of a delay? It certainly is. It's not bloody going wrong the right way. Okay. That X picks up its thing. Comes along. Comes along. Now. This is where we need to be making contact. So there, something like that. Missed it. Lovely. Okay. So I think we can probably weld. I think we can probably weld one of those to one of those like that now. Okay, let's have a look at that. Nice. And we've got the bottom ones to think about as well. Now, can we just weld those at the same time? Or is that just pushing our luck? Let's assume that's pushing our luck. What does that look like? Nothing very much. What does that now look like? Does it pass under? It does indeed. And we're ready to put the bottom one on as well, aren't we? And we've actually built one of the 4 sides of this. Now that bottom one can catch it, can't it, I reckon? Something like that. And we just do the same sort of weld as well. Alright, we have to slow it down and we have to twizzle them round. And we can slow them down here, but as for the twizzling, which way are we twizzling them? We're going to twizzle them that way. So let's twizzle them there. Hopefully there's enough separation between them. One, two, three tall, aren't they? And then like that. Something like that to catch them. See how that looks in practice. Nice. Need to slow them down a bit now then, because where do they get caught? Oh, well fast, aren't they? Actually, where can that X drop? Instead of dropping like that, instead of transporting along now, like that, it gets welded there, doesn't it? So, what I could do, and I think that goes under its arm as well. So I can forget about that and I can put 1, 2, like that, can't I? And then I can scrap these 2 things all together. Right. What does that look like now? Still welds, and we're just in time to come across those arms there, aren't we? Almost. It looks like it will be in time, so where does that fall? That's the arm. Something like that. Okay, cool. Once that hits there, oh, we probably need to drop those down a smidge, don't we? So let's just do that. Let's drop those down a smidge there and there. You know what, having to think about this has paid off, because I feel like, well, then again, every time I'm like, oh, I'm making good progress, and like I said, 80% and 20% of the time the remaining 20% in 80% of the time, and it's always the case. Always the case. I really don't want that falling off just yet, do I? I'll do that in a second and drop down in a bit, because just because of this bloody flipper thing. I don't like him. I don't understand them. I don't like him. It's basically how xenophobes work, isn't it? So this goes like that. Oh, it's a nice stepped action there, isn't it? Goes to show how the blocks are made. Still not quick enough though. And if we pause there, we don't need it to drop down too much. We just need it to drop down a little bit. Okay, let's try and slow these things down a bit then. Let's do it out on the start. So, send you off to the side there. Send you there. Send you there. Get rid of that. Put that in place. One more. One more. So send you off to the side there. Like that. Like that. Like that. What's that look like? Oh. Not that button. That button. What's that now look like? Okay, a little bit slow. It all helps though, doesn't it? Ah. So a bit too slow. Bit too slow. Let's just scrap you then. Put you back in place. Now what are we looking at? And now it's too bloody fast. Does that really make all that difference? There's that one. Okay. We'll just play the waiting game. Oh, you know what? That looks like it's going to be timed perfectly, doesn't it? It's just because it falls off. That's the only reason why. Oh, that is perfect timing. Look at the state of that. That is fantastic. Okay, so we're going to go 1, 2, I think it's 3. So if it's 3 high, there's a welder. There's a weld. Always wonder how much time passes by when that happens. Like, you know what I mean? Like when my TV turns off, I know that's been a session because it's 6 hours. No, 3 hours with TV turning off. So I'm like, yeah, that's definitely a session. Is that all welded? Beautifully welded. It won't pull it because right, okay, so it has welded, but it's just too tall to be useful. But what happens? Oh no, it is really just, it's just too tall to be useful. So let's just move that down a smidge. Again, which will mess up the timing considerably. We'll knock it back there, and then we'll give it one of those, and maybe Maybe we give it one of those. What's happened here? What is that? For? Why wasn't it doing it before? I haven't changed much, have I? Oh, I have. Oh, right. I did. I brought that. Okay. Alright, let's have a look. Let's have a look. Just to... Well, it still falls in the same place, which is, so that's a bit silly. Does it miss that thing yet? No. Well, I don't understand why it doesn't miss that thing, because I've dropped it down. Let's drop it down again. Drop it down there. And have a look at that. Okay, it does miss that. It gives us clearance. Just the welders were fine where they were. Or, I don't understand what's happened here. But whatever's happened, I'm happy with that. Okay, it seems like we've got a rogue conveyor belt going over here. I don't know where that's come from. What is that attributed to? What is that actually? Does anything make use of that? Yeah, the X's do. No. It really is a rogue conveyor, isn't it? So, let's just get rid of that. Now, let's have one more look, make sure everything's in line. Perfect, okay, and it even pushes it along. There's another one about to be built, isn't there? So could I just... I don't know which way it will rotate, but couldn't I just rotate it like that and wait for the next one to join in? Oh, there's an X missing. What happened there then? That's got built. To push that one down somehow. Because it didn't clear quick enough, did it? Is that what actually happened, or...? Yeah, it's not clearing quick enough. I know that messes a lot up, but... Oh! Oh, that's nasty, isn't it? I'm not sure exactly what to do to push that off. It falls front ways. Oh, it's not even falling now. That's why. Okay, so rotates, falls off, Where is that one? Ah, because of it falling. So can I bring back that rotator to be here without causing huge amounts of issues again? Same for that. Will that cause huge issues? Still knocks it off, doesn't it? Still knocks it off. But it was a little less knocking it off, wasn't it, that time? Let's have a look one more time. That rotates, rotates. Arm gets put onto it. Maybe it just needs a wee push over to the side. I don't understand why that gets pushed that way though. It's a bit odd. So something like that. Okay, not like that. Oh god, I can't figure this out. So close. I'm going to rotate this. No, I think that's probably the earliest I can safely rotate that piece. Yeah, look at that. That's just a... But as for that piece there, I could probably give that a rotation at the corner, couldn't I? And that does mean, though, that I'm yet adding more track there. But that's okay. And doing that. Just catches it still. That timing, that piece there times really nicely with that. This one, why don't we get that to just drop off as well? So we scrap all that air. That welds up nicely in time with that. And then we just get this one drop off here somewhere. We want to avoid these pieces, so we want to avoid, this is 1 2 3 high, will then be 1 2 3 high, it'll drop down, so it'll be 1 2 3 there. So if we avoid all that, we can drop it down here, there, can't we? And if we do that, let's see what that looks like then. As long as the X drops down first. No. So we just need yet more delays for those pieces. Again. But I've got proficient with this now. Not huge amounts of delays, but just okay. That is huge amounts of delays, isn't it? Come on, come on, come on. Oh, just timed perfectly. I don't know which one was too early or too late. Too early. So this is such a bodge job, isn't it? It's going to affect the cycle count. Look at them zigzagging like that. Ah, just slightly too fast. But that's okay. Where's that second one? That's about to fall in as well. Okay, so let's just speed it up a little smidge by taking out, I don't know, something like that, and moving that one there. Let's just see if that makes. Never going to get the perfect timing, but near as. Oh, that's so close though. And it's just a bit too. It's a bit too slow now. Should be ready. Oh no, it's too. Is it too fast? It's not too fast, but. That thing doesn't carry along anymore. It needs to. It needs to go 2 on, doesn't it? So 1, 2, and then stop. Okay. Needs to stop on that one. We're going to need another welder up here, aren't we? Oh, how does that get welded to that without... I'm going to have to piston push the welders out, aren't I? Yeah. Unless we can get this timed well. I think I'm doing too much here. I think trying to squeeze that in at the same time, just a bit too much. I think once we've got that successful weld done, which I'm running out of space now. Right, I need to then clear that off, don't I? And so can I do that with this thing? How well timed is it? Why doesn't that give me any rotation? It's the wrong way. Lovely. Okay, now that that's done like that, there'll be a second one that comes along. Oh, I'm really quite hungry now. Where are these pieces coming to? Oh yeah. So. I'll weld that somehow to the top of that. I'm so tired. Where are they coming from? Oh, they're coming from there. Oh no, that's the bottom pieces. Where are the top pieces? They just stopped. Or is that them? Yeah, that's the bottom, that's the top. Okay. Alright, so. We need to direct them along there somehow. I don't know. I don't know why like that. And then something like that, and then they'll probably drop down. And then they'll come along here. And then they'll just fall along there. I don't know. Oh, actually, that's not too bad. Sort of the wrong way round, but let's drop this whole thing. Let's speed things up a touch. Okay, let's speed things up a lot. Wait. Yeah. I'll have to rotate it that way. And if it does, rotate it. That way we're going to need something like that on board, aren't we? Or from the top. I don't know, that might not like being rotated like that. Especially if it's the wrong way around. It didn't like it at all. What about if I move it? Does it like it now? It does. Now that's done it in an unusual fashion, hasn't it? It's not going to be quick enough though. What's that going to do? Is that going to do a double rotation? No, it's really struggling with that, isn't it? Thank you. Okay, all right. So, where's this one? It's there. What's that look like? Good. Okay. We're a bit delayed on the old timing, and that's facing the wrong way, but apart from that, life's good. So and I think we just do that and then twist again like we did last summer. Too early now. Maybe it was all those additional rotations. Let's see what that looks like. I think it, unfortunately, needs to have a little bit of clearance. Oh, no, I think that was facing the wrong way. That was the trouble. Yeah, no, it does. It needs a little bit of clearance. I think it's a 2-block base. It's a bit confusing. It's just too early. Number of times I've done the timing on this. Not even funny. Oh, we're not even on target. God. Let's just make sure that that's okay. Okay. Lovely, lovely bit of timing there. Okay, it's over this one. I think that's where the X falls, so I think we want the welders there. What can we stick those to? Something like that. Okay, let's see that in action. Oh my god, look at that. Look at that. Okay, so we've actually now finally built a side. Now I've got to build 4 sides. So we've got another side coming along, have we? Why is that not? It's gone horribly wrong again. That's not interfering with anything, is it? But is that now interfering with things? Oh god, it's just fucking typical, isn't it? So, yeah, that's the thing that's doing the interfering, isn't it? So let's just... We can drop it down, can't we? Drop it right down. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Good job. 1, 2, 3. I don't see any issue with that. There will be a big issue though. It will mess up the timing in some way. Well, that's one issue. Let's have a look. See how it goes. See, I knew there'd be something. I'm going to drop it down here. I'm going to drop it down right after that. This whole thing I'm going to drop there. 1, 2, 3. Right, that means another one here. Which is fine. And then that there. Let's have a look at that. Okay, cool. Right, now it interferes with itself, but we're okay with that because it gets welded on there, I think this block here put like that. Okay, maybe a few more. I think that will do it. It drops down there, nothing's touching nothing, and then it pulls it away. Why has that missed it? Why is that timing off? That one times perfectly. It's got to be something to do with that interfering with itself. Why does that one take? Oh yeah, it is interfering with itself. Look, it's delayed it. Fucking hell. Fuck. Right. If I add, so 1, 2, 3. Okay, if I add 1, 2, 3. If I add a length of 3 to both sides, it should make no difference whatsoever, shouldn't it? So if I take this thing here and say move it along 1, 2, 3, and take that welding point and move that along 1, 2, 3. I think that did it. We should now have 3 seconds or 3 units added to both blocks. Really getting a mastery of this now, I think, because that is exactly, yeah. So by adding 3 units to the time on this axis here, or just the time, and adding 3 units to the time over here by moving the welder, we just add 3 units basically every time. Okay, so now I will need to do something here. I need to move this along. Somehow, and stick those to this, don't I? Really? I've got 4 in the same shape. How do I do that? Well, first of all, we have to rotate it out of here, which I think is going to be on there, and like that. And then we can pull it away. So let's see what that does. Ooh, cheeky. It faked it, didn't it? Did a faker. So let's do it like that, and like that, and then like that. So, what does that look like? Beautiful. Wow. Okay, that's better. Why is it not pushing it along? than it needs to. Otherwise we're going to have collisions. But it's not, is it? It's not actually pushing it along. And I can't put anything down there because that will interfere with all of that. That was nasty. Put that there. Alright, let's just have a look at this. Okay. That's moving it along. But I'm going to need to join it to that one. Or join that one to this one. How am I going to do that? I haven't figured this bit out yet. I like to drop things in, but I'd like to rotate that. It's a bit of awkward rotation with that on there, so it almost needs to be rotated the other way, doesn't it? Or does it? Everything now has to be rotated in a clockwise direction, I presume. Why is that not rotated? It's left it too late, hasn't it? It's going to rotate. Oh, it won't rotate while it's touching that, maybe, or... Oh no, that rotated. Quite neatly as well. Just in time. Let's get it sent along here a bit more. And then rotate. I thought it had a double base on it, maybe not. Right. That now rotates, but oh. Let's really get it some distance away from all of that stuff. Is that clockwise or is that anti-clockwise? Exactly. Okay. But not just that. Let's, when it rotates, can I get this one to come like down here? I think it's got to be like that. One in there. What does that look like? Or is that too slow? Slowing it down. Ah. Goes in too late, doesn't it? This goes in a tad too late. Let's have a look one more time. There might be two back to back though for this. Might need to come a bit further out. Don't know if what I'm doing is going to be possible. What does that look like? Right, it comes out here. Does that ever... It does, look. That now welds up. So if I... 1, 2, 3 out here. I don't know how tall it is. So I'll just stick the welders on anywhere. And then adjust from there. So look, it's looking good. Oh, wait, what? Actually 4 out, isn't it? Okay. Try it like that. Oh, it's doing its usual. I don't like it. But that's alright because we'll forgive you by putting the welder things down there. Will that work or not? No. It's nowhere near where it needs to be, is it? Look at that though. Pushes it over that way, doesn't it? And a weld from the bottom. Can I have the X that's fallen down there? Well, not that one, the other one. Slapped in there somehow. Yeah, what was if that X? That might be it. That might be it. Where is that X? Okay, it was like the first X. The first X. Ever right. Don't want to confuse everything going on around here too much, do we? But oh, I don't know how I miscalculated that so badly, but okay. Alright, all that will it fall down now? Alright. Where's that X? Come on, drop down. It's not even dropped down. What's it been up to? Needs a little support, does it? There we go. Is it going to be in time? Look at that for timing as well. Oh, not quite, but we were almost there. Now, as long as I make that one of those and that one of those, Alright, are we? Oh, you're joking. Yep. So what about that? Never knew what hit it. Now, so that X is now welded on there. The difficulty is, well, we've got a lot more pivot space now, haven't we? Now that that X is on there, we can really have a good old get rid of that. We don't need to pivot on that. We can pivot on the X now. So we've got some big swing out space, haven't we? Like that. And then every other one could be sent off somewhere else, couldn't it? So let's just have a quick look. Right. Oh. What does that look like when it's at home? Oh my god, is that going to marry up? No, it's not. But it is. If we just do that, because when the X touches that, it never touches that. So the first shape, something different will happen with that. The second shape and the subsequent shapes will all fall in. Now, when it does that, I can detect it, can I? Or can I just, you know what I'll just do? I'll just do that, and then that. And what does that look like? It's 5 out. Does it give enough room to pivot? No. What about 6 out? That does. Now, what we need to do then is we need to bring out welders, don't we? I think they were that height, and the welders like that, like that, like that, put them on pistons. So they'll be pushed in. But after each sort of contact, about like that. Or is that enough contact? No, actually, it has to be above, doesn't it? Because otherwise, so not too much above, but like that. Something like that, you know. What doesn't it like there? Because it's not, well, is it that? Is that what it doesn't like? Okay. So what can I detect with this then? I could detect that arm, but then it'll be wiped out by the next one. I could detect the block up here, couldn't I, really? So it's like 3 high and 4 across or something like that. Something like that. I'll adjust in a second. Has that pushed out the welders? Hasn't at all. It just needs to be 5 across, and the welders need to be more that way, so we'll just compensate there. That, and that. Okay, I think that's good. I think, oh, hello. That's good. Well, it's not good. It'll do. Why has it not detected that? Something... Oh, it has detected it. It's not pushed out the welders. God damn it. We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay, what happens now? Right. That's very close, isn't it? Why is that all slowed down now? Well, that doesn't matter so much, because in a second... Well, it does a bit, actually. Let's just bring that so there's a little bit of a delay. Oh, a little bit of a gap. I think the trouble is that always adds the same amount of delay to everything anyway, so like, look at that, look how much it's ruined it now. So let's lessen the delay, if anything. Fuck's sake. Okay. Okay. Now I need to spin this though. Will that push it off? Where's it going now? No, it won't, but will it push it off if I do that? It does. And can I pivot it again? where does it push it off to? There. So then, does that mean those retract? They do retract. So can I, if it pushes it off, well that calls it to re-pivot. There's one push. No, it doesn't. I guess we just push it back on. There's a bit of road here about a real one. Wait, no, that's not good. Ah. Well, if it pushes it off that pivot, how far off? Okay, so if you push it back on like that, doesn't like it, does it? What happens there? Right. It's almost like I need this to rotate every single time. Yeah, that... Ah, here's one of the problems. It's not rotating. In the middle, is it? No. Will that rotate in the middle? Doesn't it? It comes up to it too quick. But if I can... But it likes... It can rotate there. Or... If I put a block there, will that slow it down? And it'll go, oh, I can't rotate. Push along another block. And then reattempt. Let's try it. Because that block won't affect anything else, will it? So... Ah, yes, that's done it. Now, where are we at? That's there. So it's rotated in the middle, but it's ridden the wave off there. We can stop it doing that, and we can do a bit of that, and a bit of that, and a bit of that. Okay. So now it's rotating in the middle. Right. We've got that... Oh, wait. We've got that block to worry about now, but it just needs to go one on, doesn't it? It just needs to push like that. Okay. That really gets ahead, doesn't it? Now, what happens? That block goes like that. That happens. And we get a weld, don't we? But what can I do with that when it's welded? This is going to be the trick to the whole thing, this. Once I've mastered this, then the whole thing will fall into place, because we've got weld there. Oh, you bastard. I meant to pause it. This is it. This is it. Oh, fucking hell. It's these fucking keys. Need to hit the T key on that weld. Okay. Now, this is where I need to, like, rotate it back, I think. So once it's welded, could I just push it back? How do I know it's welded? That. Did that sensor work last time? Doesn't matter. 1, 2, 3, and then 1 across. 2, 3, and 1 across. Roll that. Okay. Stick all that in place. I'm going to just put piston here. Okay. Let's have a look at that. Now what's it going to do? It's going to push the piston out. Just going to keep doing that. And it keeps doing that because of this thing here. So if I put that thing there on here, does that make a difference? Never rolls it off there though, does it? That's the trouble. We need something to actually roll it off onto that thing. But then when we push it off, we want that thing to not roll it back there. If it pivoted, as long as it pivots on the same leg every time, it doesn't sort of matter. As long as if it pivots on that leg to get that stuck on, and then it pivots on, you know what I mean? It doesn't really matter. So, anyway. Oh my fucking god. These keys. Especially when tired. Right. Oh, it's not done anything at all there. Don't know why. Sounds knackered. Why isn't it pivoted now? Oh, it has. I could weld at the bottom, couldn't I? Can I weld at the bottom? Can't. But I'm best off welding that there. I can weld at the bottom, sorry. It's all that there. I can just push the welders in once I've detected them. Something like that, you know what I mean? Probably further back, but something like that. Let's have a quick look. How does that look? You'll suck so then. Doesn't like it, does it? It didn't like. Couldn't turn even with a welder that wasn't even. I'm on the right lines though, I think. I think I need to rotate and stick a side to it. Why don't I, instead of all this elaborate affair like this, I've got my X now, right? So this first one picks up the X. It then doesn't like to rotate, so let's get rid of that. Okay, this first one picks up the X. It will rotate there. Fine. Yeah, so here's the problem. I could do with pushing that back now, couldn't I? So once it's rotated, I could push it so so the next weld is there. But I don't see the problem with this. I don't see the problem with this one coming in here. Two welders being pushed out. Like that. That comes in there. So why didn't it like my two welders being pushed? That's what I don't get. From that, It's 1, 2, 3, 4 out, 5, 6 for the welder at position 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is where the welder is. Okay, something like that height. Welder, welder. Something like that. Okay. This is what I tried to do before though, admittedly. It didn't quite work. Right, that should work now. The welder's too high. As soon as that's detected, which is 2 out from there, something like that and that. Okay, so the welder's too high. So look at that now. Comes in there, grabs that. Why doesn't it like to rotate? Okay. Bear with me 1 second. See what the problem is. There shouldn't be a problem. Okay. It's this bit here. That's fine. I don't know how I'm going to detect that next shape. So, I mean, I've been around this way before because I then went, oh, I'll go over the top to detect it. So I'm really struggling to. We'll do that. We'll do it that way. Something like that. Okay, and then this one slots in nicely there. So this is 1, 2. Unless it's just timing. Oh, it's pushed it along as well, hasn't it? Or has it? No, it couldn't have done because it's got nothing to push it along with. Okay. So I need a welder there. I need a block deleting here. I need that there. I need this to be a little bit lower. A bit further along maybe. Have a look at that. We've not detected it. One, two towards me and one eye. One towards me. Oh God, this is deja vu, isn't it? Right. Perfect. Perfect. Not so perfect because we now need to we need to slow these two down, don't we? There's only two more to go. When it welds, we'll do the same old thing. We'll have it come down here. And then cut itself off. Which hopefully won't cause it to fall, but we'll see. So there's just a tap of a weld. Let's see, just check that works. Yep. Tap of a weld. Now, that's eating into that. The better direction for that would have been so we've come out here, say, be careful we don't actually trigger that damn thing. Come in here, come in here. That might have been a better direction all along. Waiting for the X. That X really is waiting there for a while, isn't it? But because we've already got the second one coming along. No, we haven't. Right, cool. Now, when that makes contact there, and it just taps the weld, doesn't it? What we could do with doing... Oh, look at that, it's already got that X coming in here. So, okay, that is a bit long. What's that like? Still long, isn't it? But the principle is working out well. It's just that second X that comes down here is a bit... It's because it's taking so long to get down here. Okay, now I can see that's tapping that. what needs to happen is it needs to sort of like, now it's detected, it needs to push the whole thing back onto the pivot. I wonder if a simple little thing like this would do that. There's like an order of operations here. No. That movement occurs before the weld. But once it fires that off, can you not push it somehow? Yeah, I could, couldn't I? I could push a piston out here. Where is it? What happens if I take that block out? Right. That thing meets it there. It now gets pushed and pivots there, like that. Okay. Which totally misses it, but that might be good because when I pivot it the next time, I'd want to pivot it again on the side opposite to what's coming in or something, you know what I mean? As long as it's consistently a different side. It got pivoted. I can't see where it got pivoted now. Okay. So it met the X, which is waiting there far too long, but it doesn't matter. Right. It meets the X. There. It's going to get welded on that leg, so it pivots on the opposite leg. So it's not quite what I'm looking for. Not be on the opposite leg, but it pivots on that leg. Gets welded on that leg. So we need it to pivot on this leg next. And the way we can do that oh, that was a bit nasty. But the way we can do that one more time. I don't want it pivoting on that back leg. I want it pivoting there. Let's see what that does. It's going to mess this up potentially, but not. It's not the end of the world. Okay, it is going to mess that up. But that all I have to do then to compensate is just drag it out. 1, 2, 3. Now how that happened. I've moved everything out, so I don't know why. How that didn't move, but okay. So it's now going to pivot on that leg. I honestly don't know how that didn't work. One. Oh my god. Right. Ooh. What's stopping it? Is it that weld there? If it is, yeah, what is stopping that? Probably is that welder, isn't it? Does that now have to be dragged out even more? What's the fucking... Oh god, just match up what the other... By default, if I put you next to a conveyor, just mimic the direction of that conveyor by default. That would have saved me so much time in this game. Right. Pushes it along there, which is fine. So all of this has gone a bit skew-if again. That's not good. So when we've got a block here, we need to like sort of say conveyor send a block down there. And where is the pivot? Is it under the centre now? It is under the centre. What we need to do, as and when, is have something. Because if I'm right in thinking, so it pivot. It pivots on the arm, ahead of which it gets welded. Okay, so we will need to drag it in a second along here after it's been welded. So there'll be a piston here and one of those things there to drag it along here. Okay. Once it's been welded, the welding is all a bit skew-if again. So let's try and get that balanced out. We're all in a line with that, we are. So you back one. Have a look at that. That's cool. Where's it off to? Okay, that's a problem. Sometimes it behaves like a 2-block, other times it doesn't. It's very, very confusing, that. So we're not only going to have to push it, we can't just pull it right, can we? Well, we might be able to. Sort of arrives there, pivots on that arm. Okay. So that welder, those welders are really, they'll need to be pressed in a second. So this one's a bit difficult though. We don't want it pushing in like that. We want it coming across like that. Yeah, why doesn't the whole thing come across like that? Wherever it needs to be. Like there. Yeah, because that's what pushes it into the weld. When it's done that... Anyway, another welding thing there. Delete that one. We need that sensor to piston push this thing at some point as well, so might as well wire that up. That falls down the hole, so it's not even behaving like a 2-block now. It's ridiculous. It is fucking ridiculous. Right, let's now get it doing its thing. Right, that's turned around, but it's still going to push that over there. So it's always going to follow that path. So maybe this has to be like that. No. Like that. God, I think I'm going around in fucking circles with this, you know. Yep. I am indeed going around in circles. Because that's not right. It takes so long each start as well, it's just like, so there, connect, push off, connect. Looked good to me. I mean, something confusing happened there, but it looked good to me. That's ready for. It's ready to receive you. Okay, well that sort of lines it up there, which I got to before. That's also detected itself, which I got to before. The only trouble is piston push, so let's put that detector there, put that there. This piston push is a bit annoying. Put that there. Right, I got to all that before, and then undid it all. I'm a bit of a wig out. Right, that should have welded. Why didn't it? Oh, I know why it didn't. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. Right, there we go. Right, okay. Oh, what's gone on here? What's that all about? Can't be having that, can we? Can't be having that join there, can we? Under any circumstances. Of that though. That'll do. No, because that's now touching that, so we can have that. We can have that. That'll do. Let's have a look at that. I'm not convinced that that's the right sort of block now, but the right orientation. Got that far before. Now I need to do something dramatic with that block. And that's what I'm not sure about. I think I need to push it off. And then back onto itself. So let's try moving this thing here, like that. To start, that's the push off. That's the push off. That worked well. What's the push on though? Weld. Push. Now I need to push it back on. So that'll, oh, I know what. This'll do it. I hope. God, I hope so. Why doesn't it turn though? Weld. Push. Should turn. Just because that piece is coming in. That's why I'm thinking piece 3 and 4. Piece 3. Have a bit of a delay. This is even sloppier, this is even worse than before. Yep. So I don't like the sound of what's something's happening around here that is not. Oh, maybe it's just the speed of them. Piece 1. Piece 2. Piece 3 gets pushed off there. Does that give it enough time to push off there, push back on and rotate? No. So the rotation problem isn't that then. The rotation problem is a slight delay required between this here. Actually, let's go. Like this here. Something like that. Yeah, now. I'm going to have to put this again down this side. I want to actually put the thing in. Okay. Let's just check that out, see if that is the case. No, this doesn't like rotating, does it? I have no idea why. What am I doing? I've got a sensor there. Do not want this interfering with over here, but right. Let's get rid of it. Every other block. Just calm things down a bit for a second. What's going on here? Get rotated. Boom. Drop on there. Right. Join up. So get that there. Now it gets pushed along there. Why doesn't it go onto that rotation block? It does actually come off it. Oh, I know why, because it doesn't, it's not all the way off it, is it? Because it's a 2 block, the fucking thing. Because it's a 2 block, it needs to be pushed 2 off it. and then 2 back onto it. That's a bit awkward though, isn't it? It'd be nice if that rotated now. So what happens if I made it like that, pushed it back off that way? I think that thing won't help either. Once I've got the principle of this mechanism figured out, why does it let that through? Why the fucking hell does it let that fucking thing through? It should have fucking... Oh god. I know why. Oh god. This is like trying to blind code in like a language that you've never come across before, like a physical block language, you know what I mean? Okay, that worked. And then every time I'm pressing like kill program instead of pause program. That's worked. It's then pushed it off the thing and back. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did that fall off there though? Contact. Right, what's happening here? Pushes it off. Why is that falling off there, not just... These fucking things are a nightmare, aren't they, tonight? Because of the speed of them. This whole level is so unforgiving when it comes to the speed. And have I got like a 5th block and a 6th block just like on its way down? Or have I got a bit of a break? Look at them, it's just non-stop. Absolutely non-stop, isn't it? There's no gap. That gets welded. And here's the slowdown point. So the only way I can deal with this is just by offloading one ever so often. Just kill off any excess shapes whilst I take my time, but at least I've mastered this thing though. I'm feeling pleased with that. Like, in a way. It's a bit slow though. That is a problem. I mean, the whole thing's slow. I haven't got any time to dick around at all. Like, that needs to not wait. I don't understand it. They're all doing the same sort of thing, so why does it... No contact there between pieces. At that point there's contact. This is why I think it's better to like move it that way. Maybe it is better to move it that way. It's almost better to rotate it. I wonder if I push a rotator under it, if that will rotate it round and then feed it back into this thing. That might be quicker, like rotate it here, then feed it back. Either way, that's part one of the final level anyway, because that's gone on. That's 3 hours there. Take it easy, and I'll do part B in a bit. Because I'm tired, basically. That's why. Shattered. Take it easy. Okay, here we go. Final run, home straight. I'm back. And after, I don't know, a good night's sleep, but after sleep. Well, yeah, let's have a look at this. Where do we get so far? Column, easy peasy, happy with that. Now X and this thing here, I'm not so happy with. That gets built. And then it twists. Now that X sort of ready to be joined up with it. Look how it twists. What's the problem? Right, it arrives in here. It twists. This arrives in there. It gets stamped, pushed out, pushed back, pushed out. This double step of pushing off this thing and back onto it seems to be a problem. Why don't I push this thing onto it and then push that onto this turner? I'm tempted to do a bit of this, right, and a bit of that. And a bit of that. I don't like this whole mechanism here. Nor do I like that X as well, to be honest. Just the whole thing's slow. I'm going to forget about the X just for a second. I need this mechanism, don't I? Because, oh no, that is the X mechanism, isn't it? Yeah. So let's just bank that for a second. There's probably going to be a couple line up, but okay. In fact, I suspect they'll just stack up. What's going on here now? That falls there, gets welded. Okay, so this is where it gets welded here as well. Happy to keep that, because that timing works nicely. Now I've got that one coming in. So what happens if instead of doing that, I do this and do that, and then just bring it out here, back in, and down here. Does it still weld? It does indeed still weld. Can this be turned now? Back to facing that way. And then still be transported along. No. So at this point, after the weld, where do we go from here? Why can't I turn it now? And turn it like that, for example. I can. But every time I turn, it bunches, slows down, it introduces a point of like one more step, doesn't it? Ah, that's interesting. So I've effectively just turned it back to how it was, haven't I? Turned it that way, turned it that way. So, rather than turn it back to how it was, why don't we just do that? And then hopefully we'll sort out the piece that gets welded onto it. So, something like that. Okay, so that piece that gets welded onto it will have to be a little bit earlier now. Let's just bring it 1, 2, 1, 2, something like that. Okay. What's that look like when it's at home? Oh. No idea what's happening now. That falls down there, gets welded there. Right, okay, so. That now needs to be rotated twice, so once, twice, 3 times. Once. Oh. It is a double piece, I think. That's half the battle is I can't, because it's slanted, it does have double blocks on it, but I can't exactly work out where. Once, twice. Okay, this is where it needs to then be pushed off. So that can go there. Something like that. It's a bit too late, so it's too late. I need to slow it down. Or bring the drop one earlier. That's the other alternative, isn't it? Yeah. So, something like that. I'll just do that for the time being. Like that. Over here. It's sort of like that for some reason, although it should move freely. How does that look then? Oh no, I've done the opposite. I want to go later. Okay. Or if it drops earlier, it needs to be ready earlier, doesn't it? That's unusual. The first one went a bit weird, I thought. Why is that one going like that, but all the others rotate like that? It rotates one like that. Don't know how that happens. Does that stuff me on all of them? Oh my god, there's another one there. It's too late, isn't it, when it drops? Is it too early? Too early on the drop. don't want to get too far over to this place, so that'll be way too late, but then I'll move it. I'll shave off a few seconds here. As usual. Let's have a look at you now. Just a bit sort of, right, we'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get that back there. Okay. Shaved 1 unit of time. How does that look? Missed it now. Still too late though, I think. I think we're 2 units too late. And does it interfere? Let's assume it does. So that's added. So let's fucking hell. Now, we've got a decent gap between these things. Not much, but it's okay. You're not going to change it much. God, I'm down to 2. Need to pace myself with these. Wish I could bulk buy 1,000 pieces of gum. And like when I say bulk buy, I mean obviously you can buy 1,000 pieces of gum, but I mean for a really cheap price. Gum must be nothing to produce. It must be produced such en masse. But you never see like people selling 1,000 pieces. I just have a box of it at home. I like chewing gum. I need to rotate that one to stick it to that one. But if I rotate that one, no, it won't work, will it? It has to be this one. So the first one I come across can't be rotated. But the second one needs to be. So how can I rotate the second one to get that to stick to that, and in a similar sort of welding pattern, without rotating the first one, without some elaborate contraption? By having them travel forwards the way they are. That's the way to do it, isn't it? But to have these travel forwards the way they are, I would need these pieces all onto there and get welded, and then the whole thing travels forward. Well, it doesn't have to be. Oh, where it is now, it will travel forward, right? So, like, we've just done that weld. So, like that. And like that. Now, if they travel forward, in fact, let's do that. So I'm doing exactly what I've just undone, but there's no rotations involved. Now, if that piece was to get rotated, which would be in that direction there, and yet still travel forward to the point like there, what does that look like? Why is it not being pushed forward? It doesn't matter. That piece doesn't line up with that piece though, does it? Because of the way it got rotated, maybe? I don't understand it. Up there, that functions as like a 2 block. Down here now, it's not. And that's what's confusing me. If I put that block there, that block there, and those there, I'm just going to get rid of these two, so they constantly fall off. Does it move along in any sense at all after being rotated? No. So I now need this piece to weld up with that piece, but the angle's off, so maybe I need to rotate someplace else. Why didn't it move along, I wonder? It is rotating. Yeah, so I'm back to square one. It is rotating on that leg, which is no good to me. Or is it? You see that at that stage there, we're good to move you along here. Right, so it's almost like, what does that look like? Okay, so it's not behaving like a 2 block. Well, it wouldn't do that way, but what about that way? No. So, scrap that, pull that back, and what I could do, put that there. Does that Does that stop it? I imagine it will, because the diagonal's going through that piston. No, it hasn't. Interesting. Okay. That piston will push it. So it won't push the first one until that piston's pushed out that. Okay. And that piston will only push out that when a top-down sensor has detected a block which has been pushed out by these two pistons here. And there's the block. And that piston will only push it when it's detected it. So it will push the block under that sensor, which will complete the circuit and enable subsequent things to be pushed along. And I'm a bit reluctant to join that like that, so let's do that. So pushes that out there, gets welded up. Oh, I missed the welding spot, but that's okay. I think the principle holds, even albeit it's taken me bloody ages to do it. But just one of those there, one of these here, and a quick select there, and we should be able to move it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm really getting close to this thing now. What does that look like? Why did that drop? Where did that thing go? Okay, so they all get welded. Boom. That one gets moved along there. That means that circuit's now complete. So every subsequent piece, I don't know why it got moved over here. But every subsequent piece oh look, oh fucking hell. This is timing so tight on this. Right, it's had its weld. That's the problem. That's the problem, isn't it? As soon as it gets its weld, it needs to be moved along. But for this piece here, so as soon as it gets its weld, that'll move those pieces along, so there we've got contact. We have contact in that configuration. Yep, we do. Everything's so tight timing wise. Look at those X's and all of these getting welded out here as well. They're all getting welded out there. And actually, if I could just, could I not weld, if the X's are to be joined with these, why am I not welding all that back there? Do you know what I mean? Like, these X's come out. That's a top piece and that's a bottom piece. I could all of this elaborate stuff here is just to weld the X's to the top and bottom. All of this delay and everything. Copy, delete. Right, all of it, the whole lot of it. What's this bit here? That's just for the X. It's like rotating the X, dropping it on, all of it. That's the tower. Let's get the X's and these pieces joined together here somehow. Right. What did I say? That's a top. So the X needs to be beneath that. That's a bottom. So that needs to be the first one. Now it's an awkward little bottom, isn't it? Because it doesn't like to roll off normally. Okay. So that's it done. It's an awkward little X as well. Okay. So it's almost like the first thing that needs to drop is that. And when that drops, I wonder how I can get it to not drop so steeped. Okay, I know what. It goes like this, like this, like this, and then like that. Okay, that's the first thing to drop. The second thing to drop is this. Oh no, is the X. So again, I don't want it to drop so steeped. So, oh, stop it. So let's drop it there, like that, something like that. Okay, this is looking good. Already starting to come out now again. We'll be all the way back out there again, I bet you. Okay. When that drops, let's drop down there. That's a height 3. The X is a height 3. The other thing's a height 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Therefore, that's the base, which everything drops. That's unlucky, but there we go. Okay, so we've got a timing issue. That's where the X actually drops, so we need it 1, 2 back, or like this one. Okay. The X is too early, so it needs to be delayed a bit. Wait, that'll push itself off, won't it? Okay. How much of a ridiculous delay is that? Way too much. Way too much. How about now? Again, just bloody way too much. I'm not going to worry about these for a second. Just want to get the timing between these two right. It's going to have to get rotated here. And when it does, so it doesn't matter which way it gets rotated. It's going to have to be transported along. Oh, it doesn't like being rotated, does it? So it's going to have to be rotated there. 1, 2, 3. That'll transport it in the right direction. Oh. Oh. Maybe those pieces can be the ones that get rotated then. Because after all, Are those not the ones that get rotated? And then the double pieces? No. Oh, fuck. Unless they do get rotated. Right. And then... Right. Like this. Like that. When they get rotated, so it's here, right? Gets caught. So it's 1, 2, 3 up. Will that catch it? Yes, it does. Okay. So we can forget about the X being rotated. We'll have to rotate that in a second as well. Cross that bridge. Oh. That doesn't like it. I will cross that bridge in a second. That will now fall somewhere like that. One more maybe. So that falls. The X falls on top. Okay, somehow. The X needs to go one there, one there. What's that look like? Great stuff. Now, timing is so critical. Let's see if we can improve that. So, we save 1 or 2 units off the X. Don't know if that does. Okay, can we, or we can delay that a little bit more. Now this piece here, this is another one that needs to be rotated. Alternately, It can't while that's being rotated. That goes in there. One of those there. Oh, that's silly. Oh, we've got contact. Back to a little minor delay. 1, 2, 3 time units, 1, 2, 3. So that's not going to be the delay required. But anyway, it'll fall down there. I do need to get this delay right, actually. So I might just move these to come out here anyway. And there. Bear with me 1 second. I'll be 2 minutes if that. Yo, back. Okay, where the hell was I? Oh yeah, alright, so we've got a thing dropping here. Not very glamorous like. Would have been nice. Would have been lovely. Would have been lovely. Right. Is if I could time that. I know that's going to delay it, but a little too much, if anything. Got to figure out a way of just a 2 delay. Do you know what I mean? Is that the one? It's exactly the same as it was before. How's that? I've extended the path that way. So I've added one block on that way, and it's exactly the same as it was before. Which makes no sense. Oh, that's that X, isn't it? I don't need to worry about that so much. And what's this? Horizontal pieces. I haven't even thought about those. Oh no, I have. Okay, so by extending it that way, did add a delay, but just a little bit too much of a delay again. It's all or nothing, isn't it? In this game. All or nothing. So let's go back to that. I don't know why that's not sped things up. It should have done. Oh well. Okay, we'll have a slight separation there anyway. I just wanted them all to sort of fall at the exact same time. Okay, we need to get these pieces out now. These need to be rotated sideways as well. What's that for? That's for nothing. And that's rotated sideways. Needs to be dragged off. And it needs one of those. as well. Now that has got a 2 base, that's unusual, isn't it? Okay, cool. How does that look? Drop. 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 Doesn't look good, does it? That's going to be hard to drop that timing wise. That's why it's got to be absolutely bang on if it can be done. Those can be delayed ever so slightly now, so they can be stalled. So what we can do is we can say that there, sort of like that there, a bit risky. Once those are moved over there, we're in the clear, so let's just do that for the time being. Don't need that, because that's not what's pushing us. And then, I don't know, something like now that's there. Let's just put a thing under here. Okay, that gets that behind, but not enough. Can be delayed one more, can't it? I think that's going to be a hell of a lot more. I'm ready for that to be dropped. Forget that for a second. God, that's a nuisance, isn't it? Just slows it down. So what happens if I drop that there? I think it's still going to slow it down in the exact same manner. So if I drop it 1, 2, 3 down, what does that do? Oh, monsieur. Okay, so, excuse my excitement there, it's a little bit weird, I know. Of all the celebratory ways to celebrate, that was probably the oddest one, I admit. Okay. Oh, is that... No, it's caused us problems there, but let's have a look. But same sort of thing, really. Once that's dropped in place, I could do a drop here, couldn't I? Just to just to not affect that thing there. So I could like drop it here, couldn't I? And then roller it out. Wants to land on the X, doesn't it? So it wants to land over here anyway. So let's see what timing wise that beauty brings us, if anything. Too early, way too early. But at least when I drop it here, for example, I can have a marginal delay. Something like that. Doesn't hugely affect. Hope falling, or even better than that. Being as this whole thing is going to go on top of the X, right? And then everything's falling to the ground. This is a logic I like already. Right? It has got to get to 1, 2, 3 high. It's got to get to this point here, hasn't it? Which sits on top of the X from where it is. Ah. I just want to get that right. Yeah, so from where it is, it's got to get on top of the X, which is there. And that means the last conveyor belt, assuming it moves in that direction, is there. Does that interfere with the X? Which is coming along there? No, because the X will just pass under that thing. Okay, so if it's got to be conveyed along there, why not just add some air? how much will air delay things, I wonder? When it's got air, it's 1, 2, 3 tall and 3 wide, so it will need a thingy here. One of these and one of those. One of those. But that might just add enough time to slow everything down. Okay. Maybe it's not there. Maybe it's there. Okay, maybe it's both. Maybe it's not high enough. Oh. Why is that not pushing it along? It's almost like there's no block detection on top there. Okay. What happens if the air... Remember, it's that block we're ending up as. But what happens if the air is done fairly early instead then? What happens if the air's done here? And well, 1, 2, 3. We want to be up onto that, so we'll be like that. I think we're going to still have the same problem. We'll see. Okay, something like that. So it's like sort of stepped air. There's the air blowing it up. Okay, that seems to have worked well. Well, we're still going to have to swap it over in a second. Like flip it, but... Why is it not moving now? Unbelievable. Okay. So we're a little bit delayed, a little bit early, but let's get it flipped anyway. So it's flipping that way, flipping thing, and it's flipping that way. Oh, so close. It's so far away. This thing, push it back here, and this one will pick it up. Oh, 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 oh! We just need a little bit more of a delay, don't we? Thing is, it's bang on right for that, so maybe it goes one more this way, one more that way. I don't know if that makes any difference whatsoever, actually. Well, obviously not. What the hell? What a total mess. It's not even flipped it, the fucking thing. Definitely needs to hit the flipper, doesn't it? Okay. So, flip, roll. Just too early. Just 1 second too early. 1 unit too early. Flips, rolls. Rolls. Push. 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 Damn, we got that timed perfectly. If I do one more push like this though, we've got... Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at the state of that. Look at the state. Now, that means this piece here, so we've got piece, welder there, and a piece here. Piece, welder, welder, piece, welder, welder. All of that gubbins I've now cut down into this, which could probably be knocked back even further, but let's just have a look. So I don't even need 2 lots of welders, obviously, because as it's falling it'll weld anything. In fact, no, is there any conflict here? Just missed it. Ah, but no, it didn't just miss it because it's obviously so. But this can continue all the way down here. Like that. Is that enough? Oh. 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 What's all this? I don't need any of that, do I? That. That. And that. And there we go. Okay, does that extra drop help? No, it doesn't, because it does still... It is causing a delay. If we look at that, as that falls. There's our piece. Yeah, that's unlucky. Missed it. Where? Can't get welded here because the... Ah. Let me put... So... Let me put a welder here. So... Cross comes out like that. And therefore the welder would have to be here and here. It falls down there, so we'll deal with this in a second. Is that second weld, isn't it, that we've got a problem? But look at this. If that piece makes contact with the cross at this exact same moment there, we could also weld that piece under that cross arm, couldn't we? Arcing thing. There. Okay, so let's do that. Let's weld that there. So we've not got any long drop to wait for. We've just welded it there and there. Okay. And that means when it... What's all this here? Oh, I don't mind. Right, so it goes under there, drops under there. It also gets welded to the cross. So we don't need those two now. We've had that and that. When it gets welded to the cross, it could just get whisked away like that. So we've got no drop in place whatsoever, apart from that piece there to drop beneath. But look. Okay, so now, in theory, it could have got whisked away, except the problem is I've got welders in front. Look, that is a problem. Oh, okay. But maybe the drop doesn't have to be so dramatic now. It could be like just a 2 drop, which, remember, it only hit it by 1 anyway. So maybe it's like, what's that like? Because we're not waiting for that second weld. Why is it not dropping? Oh yeah, because of those welders. Oh god damn you. Right, well that's been a pointless little exercise then, hasn't it? Or has it? We only need to drop it 2 to get it clear of those welders. Well, the other thing is this could come in from the side, couldn't it? As well, they're both coming from the side. When the cross gets added, look, we'll keep the welders on. Hey, if that's for the bottom there, that doesn't stop the cross coming in. It's just this top one, right? So, yeah. So, if I move that there, get rid of that one. Move that there. Okay, the cross will come in. Gets welded with the bottom one. My issue now is just that top one. Which in theory could have been done separately, actually. Because if I whisk that bottom one away, right, now I could drop that top one in, couldn't I, as well? What's that look like? Stops it. Of course it does. What's that look like? Right. One more time. But remember that was a 2 base, wasn't it? 2 base. So, and that piece, when it drops, oh, it does miss that just. But I have a thing there, so I could just goddamn weld that somehow. I could, I reckon, I could. The only way to weld it would be to stamp in a welder. It's not the only way. But it's one way to weld it. I don't want to have too many additional steps though. Where's the cross? It comes in here, here, here. So the welder would have to be... No, that... Yeah. The thingy. The piston would have to be here. you'd have to stamp in a welder there and a welder there. It would stamp that in as soon as the cross has appeared. Like there. It wouldn't be there, it would be as soon as it's appeared around the back here, wouldn't it? Something like that. Oh, missed it, didn't it? Look at this. Actually. Remember that top-down welder? Get rid of that, That one can go there. Where can that top... If that top-down welder is here, does that do the trick? Why not? It looks like it should have done. Why doesn't it? Because it needs to be lower. It's not actually. Yeah. So if that needs to be lower, it's a shame I can't push that off to the side. Because all I'm thinking is, if I had the welders here, right, just got to be careful of that cross. There's the cross arm. So the welders would be here and here. Cross arm passes through there and there. I just need to get this to continue onward. And it can't continue onward. Let's have a quick look. It can continue onward because it can have how tall is it? 1, 2, 3 tall. We'd have something like this. Will that bring it on? It has done. And in which case, it's all welded. So, just let me go to the toilet. And let me just see that working for more than one. Right, cool. I'm going to nip to the loo, won't be a second. I tell you what, that goddamn looks brilliant, but oh my god, doesn't it all look so close as well? Do you know what I mean? Like, when I look at that, it seems like all the pieces have got even closer together than they were before. Let's just go here. Like, the distance between the pieces, okay, is really small, isn't it? It's like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 blocks every 8. So that is really tight. Now I've got these arms to deal with here. So let's get the arms welded. Okay. They pass along here. These pieces will pass along there in a second. So let's just marry the two up. Wouldn't that be a miracle if they both got welded exactly? That would restore my faith in this game. But it's not going to happen, is it? Okay. But we're on the right lines. So we've still got those. One of them as well to deal with, but I think we've used this, and this. Those are only used for side pieces. These side pieces here. So we've now just got to put an arm onto it, which is no biggie really. This can drop down one. Always a bit annoying, but I think I'll just drop it down there. That sort of makes sense, doesn't it really? Just as it comes off the edge, drop it down. Oh. 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 Right. Have a look at you now. Beautiful. Let's see you get connected up. We won't need that there. But we'll move that welder to the point of contact between the two. Ah, come on. Where do they make contact? A little bit further along. There, isn't it? So that's where they make contact. That's where it needs to stop. I don't want any sort of timing delay. I think timing delays are what's caused issues. Okay. That is a slight timing delay. I'm going to scrap that because in case I need to move it again, I'm always going to be eternally filling one in against the wall. Or have a look at that. How are we? We've welded you wrong. So I need to move it one more. Maybe conveyor belt more. Just need a slight delay on this, just a slight delay or an improvement in speed here. Doesn't even make it across, does it? That makes it underneath before that. Don't want to cause any delays in this to like further bottle bunch them up. I suppose if I delay this, it will delay that inevitably anyway. But I think this thing here needs to stop where it is. I think this thing needs to go back to where it was. Let's have a look at that. It's a bit... Oh. Okay. Once it's grabbed it, so... It's only a delay of one, isn't it? That block there probably wants to be something like that. Okay, so once it's grabbed it, does that work? This is sort of like where we were before, isn't it really? Okay, so there's no real slowdown in momentum. I suppose, again, this is, I wish these lessons you sort of learn earlier, ready for this, but I suppose maybe some people would have done, I don't know. But as long as you keep the momentum all focused on one part through the production line, all the other parts become like slaves to that master part. So my master part, in a way, is this right from the beginning, and everything else is building up to that. Do you know what I mean? Like everything is based around that and timed in that. And it doesn't matter if that's like that bit's waiting for this. Well, actually, yeah, because then that becomes the rate determining step. Everything needs to be just in time on this thing. Yeah, that's the difficulty. Everything needs to be just in time. Like, once that's stuck to that part, that's waiting there, so that becomes the rate determining step. But because it's then stuck to this part and moves away freely without affecting these other parts, does anything get budged along there? No, we're all right, actually, goddamn miraculously. because if we're all right, then these are going to be 8 apart still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, we've gained some spacing. I don't know how, but that will work all day long without failure. So I'm really confident about the outputs there. In a second, those crosses will stack up and cause all sorts of issues. Oh no, they're pushing off now. Okay, so that's looking good. Now I've got the issue of rotating them back together. So I sort of only got out here by the time I've done that. Now I've moved everything back, so almost like I've consolidated things, but yeah. Can I rotate that now? Or will it affect that part? Let's assume it'll affect that part. Look at this. It's not that exciting. Or is it not? I don't know. Right. Let's have a look. I don't want to get too close to that thing. But that part will end up where that one is. So if I get this one quickly out here so that that arm there can stick to this part. So if the arm sticks to that part, right, and this is like a 3 up, 3 across, right? So when it's 3 up, 3 across, 1 second. Let's just put a thing there to stop it, because I can't see where I can work this in blocks. But where does that block? That is the block, okay? So what I need to do is sort of rotate this, so it needs to come out here, rotate, and then work its way back in to slot in with this one. How that happens, I don't know. And what happens on the fourth one, I don't know. It's a shame. Just before I get that part, if I could rotate this thing. Get that part and still pull it away in that direction. So it was leading with this leg first, rather than leading this way first or leading that way first. But why can't I do that? Why can't I have Why can't I have this become a thingy? What does that do to me? Doesn't allow me to rotate because of that. So it doesn't allow me to rotate there. It allow me to rotate once I've skipped off there. No. Can I clear that part completely? Or do I have to still keep moving forward? Just not enough. I could just make a super massive thing, couldn't I? Just not enough clearance. But if I rotated it here, so that the leg it's getting stuck on is the opposite to that, so it doesn't cause any interference. Right, rotate. Okay, I'll deal with that in a second. So let's just move that back. Where are we? Okay. I'll just put you out of the way for a second. Right. What? Oh. What's all this here? That's all interfering with that, isn't it? It's all... Probably going to need something here now. Right. Oh, why not? Now, I will probably need to have some sort of roller there. So 1, 2, like that, and like that. Okay. Right, nice. And then the weld, so would have to be over. It had to rotate, didn't it? Okay, but not too much, so. What happens if the welder was here? Shush now. So that's the welder. There's 1, 2, and that. Okay. Bloody hell. What's this here doing? Not very much, is it? These pots will still come along here. What happens with that? Timing wise, it's a bit too early. Just a little bit too early. Ah, but they can wait, can't they? And in fact, it needs to come along there anyway. What's that like? Oh, still too early. But again, they can wait, because if they're snapped away, the fact that there's they squanch up together here makes no difference further down the line. That squanching is lost. And it's an important thing to remember that you can lose squanching. There we go. What's that like? Beautiful. It's beautiful, isn't it? Now, what that means then is now that I'm travelling forwards, I think it means I can rotate. Well, I'm travelling backwards. I had my travel in the wrong direction. But if I do this now, if I do that now, what happens there? Because I can swing out my arm. Ah, was there a slight, did I just see a delay there? Can't be having a delay. Yeah, there was a delay, wasn't there? Sugar. Does that have an impact? Because then that will delay that one. And that delay is further set back, and now it's all just like, oh god, oh god, oh god. Back to the drawing board. Let's just have a quick look at that drawing board. It just wants to carry on moving forward as well. That's such a fucking tight delay, isn't it? What happens if we did that? And instead of putting the thing there, does it miss? No, but then it does extend the delay. You can see it now, that impacts on that block, and then when that one delays and turn around, it'll impact on that block there. It just sets back the delay. Rotating adds too much of a delay. Well, it might not do. I just got to do the rotation further down the line, or where there's space to rotate, which I thought there was space to rotate there. Yeah, maybe I can rotate. No, I can't. I can't rotate like that. Why can't I rotate? Let me just try and reason that out, and then I can solve it. If I rotate, that means that reduces 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 now. It's a damn shame that the delay gets worse between them, because it wouldn't matter if it clicked it, caused a 1 block delay or something. So I almost want to go back to these things being stuck on that side. Just sucks. Or somehow it being wheeled off to the side. I'm goddamn surprised that causes a delay. Ooh. Any delay seems to work its way back up the line. That's what I've noticed on this level. There's no margin for error. I don't know how he's designed it to do that, or how like that margin for error gets tighter and tighter between the levels. But is there, and I don't think, I looked at this, and that is bang on no delay. And it's not causing a delay further back on the line, so there's no delay for those pieces there. I can't rotate it here. I can't rotate it there. I could rotate this way round. That's no good for coming up there. One, two. It's a shame the rotation can't occur and introduce a 1 block delay. It's a shame it can't sort of be pushed along and rotate all in one smooth motion. because that would mean it was just one block ahead, wouldn't it? It rotates, then hits that block, and then gets pushed along. It'd be nice if it... Yeah, well, that's probably how the rotation block works. Oh, huh. Let me get my head around this. Let me get my... The other thing that causes the delay is the falling, but I've ruled that out. God, this bit here was so easy, wasn't it? Lovely. Maybe now is the time I have to use that X. No, I'd rather pick up an arm first of all. Although, can the arms be put in last? They can be dropped in last, can't they? Oh. Oh. I'm so proud of that. So I've got no Z. Can't undo. That's the thing. I can't even remember where these arms were, you know. Something like that. Round about here, I don't know, something like that. Do they... How does that work? Cost issues. Why can't that be rotated? It probably could be. At that stage, can that really not be rotated out there? Have I tried that already? And is it because of the delays in the arms as well? So Oh, we haven't got the timing to do that, have we? Oh, I don't need any of that anymore, do I? What's that look like? It falls too early. Oh, did it get stuck on? Or did it just... no. One delay could be caused by... There's nothing that can cause a one delay, is there? It ultimately has to, like... It was air. Air would cause a one delay, wouldn't it? But we know rotators cause a one delay. If there's a one delay further back there, doesn't matter anyway. Right, we'll take that. Take it out of here again. I couldn't do that rotation, but oh, obviously isn't that one. But oh, what the hell? Where is the block then? Must be here. That must be it. Why is it not moving along there? Why is that? Why are those happily to move? Right. Now, what point can it rotate? There. Is it clear? Let's try it. Let's try it this way, which will probably not work. Doesn't work. Oh, but we're not clear of that, were we? That was... so let's try it back that way. Stuck on. There. Oh. Right. Now, that's rotated. Put that there. I suspect it can actually be there. That has slowed things down a bit. Now, the first one, let's just get some space on it. So once we've got that to push it, we can space it along. Okay. Now the first one, say if it lands there. Okay, so it lands there, rotates. This second one wants to not rotate now. And it wants to travel down a different path and get welded. Because if it rotates, sorry. If it rotates, it's in the same orientation of that one. So it wants to not rotate. So it's almost like when that triggers, it needs to not trigger the rotator. But the rotator is how it manages to get out there. But the other thing is, what happens if I have a second rotator now? So will that rotate again? I haven't tried that, have I? I haven't tried a second rotator. That gap's getting smaller. If I have a second rotator, yeah, that gap is going to get smaller every single time now. And that second rotator sort of pushes it out that way. Well, this one wants to sort of be pushed this way now, doesn't it? This is where I ended up before anyway. Like, there's a second. Say if there's a thing here that pushes every other one off. I can figure that out later. Oh. Okay. Let's just have it as a 3. Right, so it lets the first one through. Then it pushes the third one. Okay, I'm going to have to extend it a little bit more. Look at that. So that's the first one through. Pushes the second one, which then should join up with the first one. So 2 plates. We've got this fourth one coming through, which should have gone through there as well. When that joins, this whole thing will need to rotate, won't it? So that cross could be in there. It joins. Sort of needs to rotate again then, doesn't it? But we've already got this one travelling in. But actually, okay, so I've been through all this fucking nonsense before. Does that work? Does. I really have been through all this nonsense before, so it does sort of, it's bothering me again. Construction, I think I've, in like terms of, alright, this whole thing's shifted back, and I've got a steady output, but I think I did have a steady output, or maybe not, I don't know. But now I just feel like I've actually gained nothing on the problem. So, and I don't know why. We'll use a top down. I can't remember how they're coming in. Expecting its arm from there. Set that to 4. Why does it not push that block along? Right. That gets welded. Once it gets welded, what can I do? Why don't I drag this one more over somehow? So that gets rotated there. When it does, again it's 3 or 1, something like that. So when it does, it gets pushed along one. Where is that? So it gets rotated there, rotated again. It's got that whole thing too high probably, and probably too far forward, but we'll see about that in a second. Right, it gets pushed along one to there, which is no good. So it gets pushed along one to there, right? This second one comes in. When it does, missed it. When it does, oh God. Okay, doesn't matter. When it does, I was saying it gets welded. Boom. Okay, so we're not far forward enough. But what it also could do is drag it back onto that thing as well. So that gets rotated. Right. There. haven't got the time for this, but when it gets rotated, it needs to sort of be pushed back onto that side of the thing. How can that be done? Can't use a sensor. And also, how would it be done like this as well? That would have to be a block there. Okay. So it goes all the way down. Right. Huh. Where does it pick up that arm? There. Does it matter if it's rotated here? Yes, it does. The rotator has to be free of anything. So they all get rotated apart from the first one, which gets a 2 rotation. This then comes here. So it could do with connecting. So what can I do to get this one pushed back? Well, I could put something underneath here, couldn't I? Because it comes along here, nothing happens. Oh yeah, I have to push it forward for a start. So that's just a one-off push forward. So like, something like that. There's a one-off. Goes onto that, rotates round, gets pushed back. It'll fall down there, won't it? Or will it? So the forward thing could be on its arm, couldn't it? It's like rotated. So it'd be here. One, and then like this. Let's have a look at that. That's giving it the rotation needed. Doesn't affect that one at all. Okay, when it's had that rotation it needs, we need to push it back. And the way we'll do that is another thing over here. something like that. What's that look like? So it comes over there. It's rotated. This needs to be one forward. Okay. Let's have a look at that. So it's rotated. Back in place. Now, this one can then come like that, and it can get welded to it. So let's just put 2 welders on there. So I can't remember exactly where they went, but something like this, and the top down welders. Right, how many welders? I think it's like that. Let's have a quick look. So, pushed into there. Why won't it turn? Ah. Okay. What does it look like there? Is that exactly where the welders would need to be? So it will turn. No. Right, okay. So I think mark. Could be a mess. I knew it would be. Can I weld them to the top of each other? Oh, that's going to be so much easier if I could do that. Is it not? It's a damn shame I can't just slot that in to get welded and retract the welder. So that it can rotate. So the welders would have to be there as a starting point. Which doesn't allow those to retract. And I don't think I'm going to have time for a double piston. So again, I'm compensating for the fact that if I led... Oh, God. F, R and T are the three main buttons and they're so fucking close to each other. Right. If I led in with that arm, like that one was in situ and this came into contact with that, it feels like it'd be so much easier than the way I'm doing right now, which is leading in with that. Feels like it. Because this whole thing's going to have to get rotated round, and what does that do with that? It probably knocks it off or something. In fact, I certainly think it will do. Because if I led in with that arm, it gets rotated around that way. So these things are just entirely the wrong way around. That is the problem. Which I knew before. So if they're the wrong way around, why am I struggling? Because if I rotate it and it causes a delay, as long as it doesn't interfere with the next one, if the next one gets rotated and it causes a delay, then I don't understand why that's a problem. Like I'm missing something here. Rotate. Rotate. Yeah, I can't rotate it the other way around, but I can. So, what is it? 1, 2, and then it's 1, 2, 3, probably 4, I think. Done it enough times now, I should know, but okay. Because that delay, as long as it's consistent and it doesn't right. That one won't have time to be sent out, I don't think. Could just check it, because then that stops another rotation, so come on. I'm getting really pissed off with this thing, if I'm honest. Now I'm losing. I want to get it done, but no. So it needs a rotation, doesn't it? So we do that, then one more. So we'll do another anti-clockwise rotation. I don't know what that looks like. There. There. Oh, God. Oh, this game. And then one more. Oh my God. Right. And that's where we want to be at, apart from the first one. But every other one wants to get welded on like that. Oh God. Wants to come in like that. Let's just 1, 2, 3. What's the problem here? I don't know how wide. Oh, you're joking. This is so time fucking consuming. Right, okay, so they all look good. Now, I think this one needed to continue the way it was. But that means the X must be over here somehow. So I think this very first one needs to get pushed onto a rotator that rotates it back. Something like this. And again, that if we've got a piston and a thing, we've always got the ability to have that behave differently for subsequent ones, right? Didn't like it, did it? Just didn't like it. Oh, fucking controls. It's just so long-winded. Right, cool. Now, this one should get rotated. Doesn't like it, so let's just have this one go in, this one go like that, and this one go like that. See what happens there. Oh yeah, we can't. Should drag it along, shouldn't it? Something about that that's like, when that one, right, that's perfect. It gets pushed along there. Then it rotates and it's offset. Oh, because it got pushed along. It's got pushed back into its normal place. What it needed is now it's been like it can be transported by this thing here. Right. This one could get rotated back. By one off pushing a rotator into its path. Should look something like a rotation backwards like that. I'm going to need a break again because I'm just going around in circles. Right. But I'm just thinking I could push it off. Right, everyone could like sort of stop there. Apart from that first one. Which I would push onto a rotator if detected. And the rotator would be like that. Like that. How do I push? Does that work? No game has had me tutting so much in this game. Didn't like it, didn't like to be rotated, but it doesn't matter because it doesn't matter if the rotator's there or not. I'm going to move it out of the way for a second. All I do is drag this down here and then put the rotator here. Right. Look at that. Almost there. Almost there. Might not be anywhere near there, but oh, we've caused a fucking bottleneck again. That one never gets the opportunity to get rotated, does it? Where's the bottleneck occur? There. Oh god, it's taken a long time. I think I'm going to have a break. Back to it in 2025. Take it easy. Be another time. When I first started this level, 6 gaming hours ago, I decided I wanted to have these pieces here come out and be rotated to be built into this sphere. I don't know if that's possible or not. I wanted to do that on all the previous, well, the ones that are relevant, the levels, where I could just rotate a piece, stick one on, etc. I'm going to have a little bash more at trying to achieve that. If I don't achieve it, I'm going to have to give up and get to a point where I'm just dropping them in, which is fine. That's like another alternative way of doing it. I just thought a mechanism would look pretty uber cool. But one of the difficulties I'm facing with this is the timing of these pieces. I cannot get these pieces to time. Look at that, you see? I'm really struggling with the whole timing of them. They're so close together. I mean, one thing I could do is deliberately slow that down and bottleneck it all. I want to make sure that that doesn't rotate before that. So, whatever spacing they have in between them at this stage. Oh. Here, I'll have them rotate in unison. Okay, so they have gone to that. Oh, I've done it again. When landed, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 8 blocks behind, including what it's on. So as long as that's 8 blocks behind that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I'm going to move that slightly further away. Just going to get. I've lost the plot with that. So let's just get rid of that, and that, and that, and that, and that. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's move that this way. So that's now 8 blocks behind. And the same again with this one. So it's, where are we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I can put yet another twister on here. I thought I got rid of that. Okay. Let's see what that looks like now. Okay. So right, when it twists around here, like that. Oh. I thought it was twisting the other way around. That's twisting the opposite way to where I want it. Okay, like that. Okay. Okay, it doesn't push along, so we need it to push along. So we're going to go something like 1, 2, 3 out. Seem like 4 up, to be honest. Okay, cool. So they should have retained their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 block separation. Now this block here, I would like it to be receiving this block here. And in order to do that, it's going to have to be rotated this way and go down here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that, all right? And then it's going to have to rotate around. Constantly having to test it, see where we're at. Okay, it goes down here. And does it rotate in time? It does, but it's rotated too many out, so let's just move that there, and like that. Too many out again. Oh, that's sort of good news actually, because I was thinking timing wise, well, that might unsettle the timing. But how does that look? Oh my god. Okay, so what is different? Why has that worked and in the past it's never worked for me? Doesn't matter. It's worked. Now, we will need to be able to weld that together. But if I weld it now, it won't rotate. So I could push a welder in. And not just that, it will have to weld. So I'm going to have to detect it, weld it. The welder can come out once it's detected it. So let's say it detects it here. Okay. And I don't know where the welder comes. Oh well, I know the arm's there, and the arm travels along at this height. So ultimately, it travels along here. I presume the end of the cross is there. So the welders will have to be here and here, and on a piston there, and then on a thing here. So when I start adding stuff to it, it stops rotating and all sorts of problems occur, but let's see what that looks like. There's that one off in the distance there. Went bye-bye. So that rotates. It won't rotate. But when it's at that point there, oh, so these welders really were in the right place. I wonder if I can just push the welders into there then, but they'll be higher. No, I can't, can I? So I'm going to have to push that along and weld it. But at least that's half of it done. For every other one, it gets pushed along. Welded. And then what? I think I do need to join it there. But I'm just trying to think how I can do that. I wonder if I could. Oh no, I could have done it from the top. Where's the core's ready, isn't it? When that's built, that's actually ready to join this thing. It's all the way down there. Is it ready? Where is this thing? It's not actually ready, is it? And it'd have to drop down. If I slow these down, they'll really back up, won't they? Let's have a look at that again. That core's come out. That core's a very slow build as well, isn't it? You know, I speeded that one up, sped it up, but this one, again, is a slow. It takes its time, doesn't it? Oh yeah, we've got to wait for that to land. Is that landing to... Oh yeah, it doesn't matter because that lands, then that lands. So there probably is room to speed it up. Because that's the rate determining step, that one, isn't it? Because now we've got this there, just in time. This there. That could probably be a little bit quicker. So I could hold on to one and then push it out as and when. It's not that much slower. alternatively, it would be so much, life would be so much easier if everything got welded to that core, wouldn't it? Like if that just got pushed off, do you know what I mean? Welded to the core, which then gets rotated. Pushed off, welded to the core, which gets rotated. You'd need a bit of a wide... Okay. So, what orientation is the first one in? Like that, isn't it? Right. If that got pushed off there, let's say you got pushed off there. I think I need a sensor there. Right. Okay, maybe not. Maybe the sensor needs to be up and across. What's that look like? Okay. Will it get in time for the core? The answer is I don't know. But if the core's travelling down here and it's pushed off here, well, that's no good, is it? What's it stuck on? Stuck on the core. And I think the core's too tall. Let's drop the core down a level or two. Or three, you never know. Won't go down anymore, why is that? What does it get actually? Oh yeah. So let's just... Well, it doesn't matter because the core won't get rotated, will it? Hopefully that will... Only needs to drop down one more... No, I'll have to drop down a few levels, won't it? What happens if we don't drop it down there? Because it won't drop down. Right, it's because of this thing is a problem, isn't it? doesn't it? Where's this thing going? Just a bit too... And this whole thing is a bit too long as well. I'm just going to end up with the same old problem. Unless... Come around this way now. Give myself a lot of clearance. Well, what I didn't want to do, I want to push that one off until it's sort of like along here. Right, so when it's pushed off, what I want to do is also seal off that piston. So it's pushed off with that, say, for example, and maybe something like this, right? And then that, but when the sensor it rotates that block. One, two. That's not good enough. Like that. So now the next one won't push off until that will have to be there, and that's there. It will always, no, it will push the block, cut itself off, I think. Oh, it didn't fire. It didn't fire. Is that because the sensor needs to be there? Does that look like? Good. Oh. It actually pushed that block off into the middle of nowhere as well. Cool. So that will only fire for the first sensor. The next one will go down the next path. This one will land here. Okay, so it's a bit too late, but You can always delay the call. It does add quite a bit of delay, that, when you do a little thing like that. That's delayed the call nicely. Not exactly lined up though, are we? So, one down, one across. Bit better. Okay. I was hoping to weld across the top, but I won't be able to because I can't drop it through its own weld unless it drops down and goes backwards a little bit. Or drops down and goes forward a little bit, obviously. The other way of doing it. Okay, cool. Does it sit on that? So it doesn't even sit... Oh yeah, because the core is one... Not high enough, is it, the core? It's not got the other block in it, unless I weld the other block in it from the beginning, and that then I built up the sides and then drop the sides in and I'm done. So let's weld the other block in. So right from the start, I'm not just welding that. The other block's going to be like that. I'm going to push both of these in, so it's not just every other block, it's just every block. So those all want to be one higher. No, they won't. We'll just need that. No, not that. Oh yeah, it doesn't like sort of... Oh, that was always the problem, wasn't it? I can't... There we go. I can't weld the top and the bottom. I can't weld the bottom one. That was always the problem. I can't weld the bottom to the core. But where's the bottom come out? The bottom can get welded. Onto that piece, can't it? Can it? So that's about... Oh no, we want to go one right and one forward. right. And then forward. How's that looking? Huh. I think one right again, actually. Two right. Two right, eh? Okay. Beautiful. Okay. So I don't want that landing there actually. Oh, what do we like timing wise? A little bit early again. We'll see. If the core arrived in those three, could actually have it get welded here, couldn't we? And then 1, 2, 3. That's where it arrives, for example. And therefore, let's just get this one back now. Oh, it's arriving too high anyway. So get rid of those 3 things there. Hold it together. Something like that. Okay, so it'll get welded to that one leg. That's all that's needed. Okay, that gets pushed along, but it's not the end of the world. I just need... That leg doesn't arrive in time, does it, really? Oh no, it gets pushed along, so if everything doesn't arrive in time. Okay, so... And then we get rid of all that. How are we doing now? Okay. We now need the top and the bottom to get welded. And the way we can do that is we raise this up level. It'll then drop down onto the thing. Should be pushed along a little bit more. So what? It's annoying when that happens. But at least that one's easily solved when something drops down and you don't know why. Oh, don't tell me that's gone wrong. I think another core delay. So just a little bit, nothing major. They get welded together, and then the core should... Oh, it's not been pushed all the way along, is it? Because it's got no momentum to push it all the way along. What can give it an extra push? I know what. I know what can give it an extra push. And that... that should do it. I probably don't need that, but... Wait, why did that not fall? It's fallen every other time. Because of what it's on. Okay. Well, let's make sure that that's... Oh, that's alright, because we'll just compensate for that with... Everything's a compensation, isn't it, really? But let's do that. Okay. So... Alright, they get welded. Oh, that needs to ride. So that wasn't even where it needed to be, really. It needed to be there. But so it drops down over that, and when it drops down there, it's going to get welded. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So we've got the core on the side together. The core and the side together. Lovely. And then all we've got to do is rotate and drop the other ones in as the core travels through, because now we can, when we drop them in, we can weld over the top. So like as the core now travels, so it's quite a delay, isn't it, between that? But And that core's in situ there. I'd like to be able to push it along. This doesn't need to be so high up. This thing here with a okay. And if that is the case, when this thing comes out here and drops, can be wheeled out along here as such, and when it comes out along here, it can be turned. And another core dropped into its place. Not another core, another side. Look at that. And that other side, well, that's an awkward little rotation. It doesn't matter because it'll pick itself up here. Move along there. Another one of these coming in like that. Let's have a look. Huh. I think that's actually worked out beautifully well because okay, maybe that second one. Let's try it there, just in case. And let's try, oh, let's have a look at where that core, when it rotates now. Okay, too early. It's alright, that's fine. What we'll do is one along. Did it have to wait? I don't know. Ah, is it stopping itself falling down? It is a bit. So we just need one on. Even then, maybe that's why. Maybe that's why it didn't work last time, because it actually fell into itself instead of. Have a look at that. Well, that one. Oh yeah. Will be one on because. Right, that seems to have worked. So we just need you to stop there though when you've done your thing. So it rotates into place. It then stops there. And then I imagine that will go there. How do we weld? Figure that one out. If I put two welders there, that will stop it rotating, won't it? So how do we weld that to that? I can't have two welders out there because that will stop it rotating. So the best thing to do is to have it fall as that's travelling. Oh no. I can put two welders here. No. I'm going to have a welder there and two welders there. I think that's the full spot, something like that. The simple reason I can have those is that when it falls will drag it along because it's got an arm stuck out in front of it, I think. Oh. It'll also drag itself along. Oh no, but all I need to do then is have that there. Okay. Where's that landing? Okay. It's not pushing itself along though, is it? Needs to just go one more on. Which again we can do because we can have that there. So let's have a look at that now. Rotates it, pushes it. We're ready for the next one. It's not just got to push it, it's got to rotate it again. And I imagine this pattern will repeat. Oh. I think it welded. So I think this next one can drop here. So somewhere like that. What can I do to like stop it going in there? I could push a thing out, couldn't I? And that would take precedence over that. Because where is the... I'm sure when I've got the principle, this whole mechanism can get consolidated because there's a lot of dupes there. But for the moment, I want to push out 2, 3 and 4. Everything but number 1. So what's the alternative? So I either want to push out 1 or push out 2, 3 and 4. Push out the first one or push out the last 3. There's got to be a more efficient way than doing all this for each one of these legs here. Using a counter. If it was backwards, if it was coming along here, I could, every one I'd send down there and the 4th one I'd push out here. Oh. Oh. So I want the first one coming out here. So that means 1 passes it by, 1 goes down here. When it's the second one, it's 2 passes by, 2 goes down here, then 3 passes by, 3 goes down here, and then that's by default the last path. So that counter there would say count 2, but it's still got to be a toggle though, hasn't it? It'd be nice to have a mechanism which, when this came through here and it got welded on like that, it came out, rotated around, came back in. It sort of does, because not on the first one maybe, but I don't know. Anyway, fuck. So we need another mechanism here now. We need a thingy and a base. We need a piston. We need a piston. Piston. A thingy here, there, and a sensor. This one then. Oh no. Well. That goes like that. It's quite high up, isn't it? I'll push the next one along. Oh, excuse me. Right. And then presumably I'll have the same all over again. To see if this mechanism works before I start duplicating it another time. Oh. Never got the push. That's why. Just a critical component that was missing, that was all. Oh, you fucking thing. So exhausted with this game. I am absolutely exhausted with it. Like, genuinely, I'm just exhausted with it. That's weird, it sort of spun itself around. Well, you know what, I'm not going to complain. That means that next piece could probably land right about here. But I don't want it to. I'll have it land here. So, even though it spun itself around somehow, push it off there one time. Okay, it needs to actually land on something there, doesn't it? There we go. And that's a conveyor there. Something like that. Okay. Why did it get stuck? Did it actually get stuck on? Just a little bit too early. Doesn't look it, does it? Oh, it didn't move along one. That was the problem. Okay. Right. To the final weld. Will be here, just like the others. And I mean that's what I mean. This is rotating it, but it would have been nice if it could have more or less stood still and rotated. And I don't see why that can't be the case. I just need to keep looking at sort of refining this and making it more efficient as time goes by. But then we've got the final rotation in a second, and this last piece to go on. So the final rotation will probably occur about here, and we're always rotating in that direction. Don't see why not. Something like that, or yeah, because it lands on there. So it pushes it onto that rotating piece there. Oh, it missed it, but it doesn't matter. Okay, so final rotation, and then where do we go from there? One, two, three, four, land. 1, 2, 3, 4, land. And oh, probably needs to just go like that for a second, because we'll need a weld when it... Oh no, if it goes like that I can weld it underneath it. And so that final piece, when it's at home, Got it? I missed it again. Okay. Final piece lands there. This whole mechanism one more time. Oh my god. No, I've done that silly, haven't I? If it goes down there, we'll send all pieces down there, but every second piece push off. Third piece will push off. Fourth piece. Pushed off. So it's so I've got a bit of thing in my mind. I'll come to do that in a second. Let's just get this fucking done. Right. I'm so grumpy with this title as well. It's been a great title, don't get me wrong. It's been absolutely superb. But I've had my fill. Like, for sure. Yeah, I've done that in a roundabout way, but it's better to like get something down working mechanically and then consolidate, I think. Oh, I was going to just give that a little spot weld, wasn't I, as well, when it comes out. More like that, something like that. Nothing like that, something like that. Just want to watch very carefully where everything ends up. Okay. Why is that ended up there? What core component am I missing? One, two, three. Got a 1, 2, 3, 4. Did I see a bit of a bottleneck building up there as well? 1. Same old thing, same old bottlenecks. Didn't realise, in fairness, that was still an issue actually. That should solve it. Sort of messes all this up. Solve one thing. Oh god damn it. Cause another issue. Okay. Oh god, something's gone wrong. 1 second. Plenty of space on the old hard drive. We're going to get to the loo. 1 second. Yeah, I don't know what would cause that slowness, if it's still there or not. It's probably these toggle things here. Probably not helping. Right. So the sensor. It's not even the right sensor. Oh my god. I'll tell you what, this is fucking crazy. How's that? Personally, it's getting depressing for me. Right. I'm going to have to do the same again. I'm going to have to rotate it around now. Yeah. So, well, we know that these don't work anymore. And we know that we need those to be one higher. We need sensor wire to go up, right, up. Right. I will send them all off into their respective locations. But actually, in many ways, alright, that'll mess up all of that, obviously, for obvious reasons. But when I drop them down here in a second, so the end, I'll just give them a push. That'll then rotate it back round, back to the opposite direction. Same again, same again, same again. When that happens, you still get a push off. So now it rotates back round. So to get a push off from the rotator, we need to be 1, 2, 3, 4 out. And 1, 2, 3, 4 high, something like that. Oh, fuck it. 1, 2. Not even going to be enough space, is there? God damn this thing. 3. Something like that. That better do it. Otherwise, I'm jacking it in. It's 2 out, 3 high. Okay, so 1 out, 2 in front. And it's 5. goddamn thing. Honestly, I've never known anything like it. Right. I mean, yeah, I've probably made a right meal of this game, don't get me wrong. But the way you can make a meal of this game, oh my god. I don't know. Shit. I'm so glad it's over. Like, I was like, oh, it'd be cool to play use it. No, fuck that. I'm just glad it's over. I wanted to get it done. I was loving it to begin with, and now, I mean, I'll go back to loving it. I just need some time out from it. It's probably my own fault for not pacing myself with it. But when you start looking at this is like lines of code. These patterns then start making me think, beautiful. Okay. Right. One more time. Oh. I don't know how I feel about that. Let's just assume that 8 is okay. It's that one, and that one. Oh, actually, yeah. Oh, yeah. I suppose. That one, and that one. One, 2, 3, 4. So it was 4 that's needed. 1, 2, 3, 4. Please reset. 1, 2, 3, 4. Resets. Resets way too early though. We'll never get the end one. Is that right? Didn't get the end one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, stuff here. If I just take that off for a second, I want it to reset when the fourth one's gone down. So 1, 2, 3. It's only need to have seen. I need that one to make it pass, don't I? So we're going to have to reset them independently. This one here, we'll take that off that reset line. And then just push every other one. I think it can. So it doesn't need a reset, does it? It's like, what does a counter that's this high see when a shape goes by? Two. So I'm right in thinking this one. I want to see every fourth one. Just see how that works out. Swap it around. Oh, no, that messes up the timing, doesn't it? Okay. Just fiddling around with counters on and now. This will reset when we see a thing come down here, which will be that'll reset it, that'll do. So just it's got to see something, hasn't it? It's got to. That'll reset that one. One, two, three. Have we made it past? We have. And we'll just do a counter on that one. So no. God, those counters are all. That's a. I think it's a 3. Let's have a look at that. 1, 2. Oh, you bastard. It's still a 4, isn't it? It still sees 4 go by. One, 2, 3. We've sent that one down there. And that one's not determined by that. There's no reset. One, 2. We should see 3 now. Oh, okay. So it's on the 5th one. That'll go out of sync though very quickly, won't it? As we see the first 4. Or will it? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fucking hell. It's gone right out of sync, that. 1, 2. Oh god, this is insane. Fucking hell. Oh god. Right. The third one. I want to cry. Third one. Get down there. Third one's good. Now we should have reset them really in theory, because the reset switch needs to be before that. But after that one's gone. How can I do that? Well, that can be the reset switch for itself. going to have to be, as I've counted, 4 or 2 here, isn't it? It's going to have to be. Going to be after I've counted 2. Okay, something like that there. It's never going to be that easy because there'll be something else, but it will have to be something like that after I've counted 2. This will probably interfere with, you know what I mean? It's like one problem after another, but get rid of that just for the time being. Right, let's see you in action. Right, 1, 2, 3. That resets those, or that one doesn't get reset until now. The 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Seems to be spreading them out quite nicely. 1 and 4. 1 and 4 arrive very, very quickly, don't they? But anyway, that's that. And then the final thing, the final push, is probably going to be, we need to clear that block, don't we? Actually, let's just, rather than chance it and find it all goes wrong, let's try and plan it. Why did it push? Is it pushed because we've already got another one coming through? Oh god. Oh god, it's not fair. Quite a weight, isn't it? 2, 3. I don't know why I bother. Although, that can be solved with a bit of like, let's move that along a bit more. Do you know what I mean? That's what's required. Like, let's just shift it over here. Grab all of that. 1, 2. 1, 2. Something like that. The old 1, 2. And then, this whole thing here will cause more problems somewhere else, but the old 1, 2. It's quite a while before that thing falls. I'm going to leave the reset there. That's a hell of a delay, isn't it? Probably just speed that up ever so slightly by. Takes it off to the right. No, I keep pausing it. I mean, resetting it. It gets annoying. I keep doing that. I know. Right, takes it off to the right. Clamp. Clamp there. we were going to push it off that way. So instead of taking it off to the right, why don't we take it off like that? Like that, or something like that, and then, you know, and then to the right. Leave that gubbins off here somewhere. What's that look like when it's... And then, is that ready to fall? It will be, won't it? Yeah. So that's better. Better situation. Although that will want to swing out in a second, will it? Oh no, it's coming in after me. With only one piece on it. What? Huh. It missed its thing. Right, let's have a look at that. Right, it's that piece that catches and says, come on, weld me up, buttercup. Oh my god. Oh yeah, no, we're alright because that... It's like that. Such a finicky last section to do because right, we've got plenty of time, haven't we, surely? Okay. So two out. And it's 1, 2, 3, and then a conveyor. No, one out. There. Conveyor. Let's have a look at that. Oh yeah, it's got stuck now. Well, you know what? Stuff you, because I have to send you all the way around here, which I'm probably going to do. No, I can't because I need to push it under that. So we'll just go out. Oh, fucking hell. Why am I not rotating that? Like over here or something. And then just shoving it. Like, why is that not being done? And then it's just like a case of like shoving it that way. Okay, so something like that. Okay. And then when it's shoved that way, where's that piece? Ready to fall. So let's just get rid of that for a second. Keep that on here. It'll probably come in handy in a second. Drop it along a bit more. Yeah, that's one possible reason why. But even if I like got all of this, wherever it is, so that's not part of it. And all of that, put that there, move that there. And that's still not, I can't be bothered about those. Okay. So it sort of got, that was working a second ago, fucking hell. Because it really is like coding, isn't it? Programming. Right, drags it along there. Why is it pushing it along that way? That one there. So now that one needs to move along there, and we need one more in there, like that. Okay, how's that? Big goodbye to that. Then it just stops, doesn't it? It doesn't really do anything else. At least that piece is falling. So it's like, it's ready. That piece will conflict with that piece, or will it, actually? Because that piece has already fallen, hasn't it? We've got another one coming up, but we should be alright. So what happens if I do just drop it there? Like that. Okay. Just forget that for a second. We're back to the original thing. It wants to be more over to the left. It really is quite, puts it close, doesn't it? But what does that look like? That one. Oh, for fuck's sake. God, it fucking pisses me off. It's just so depressing after a while. It really is. It's just so like, I mean, that's part of the thing, but like, is that down to the lack of meticulous planning, or just not being smart enough for it? No. So just muscling my way through it like some trial and error exercise. go from here? So we're back to the normal way of doing things. Well, no, I'm far from it, aren't I? Because pushes it along there. So I did say if I need to send it around this entire scaffolding, I bloody will do. It's a threat. Oh, yes. What's dragging you along there, that? Let's just have you stop somewhere, come on. I can't predict where this base is going to end up. But I know I want that to end up like that. I was trying to save time, wasn't I? That was the problem, because the longer... Ah, there we go. Is that good? Is that good? So far, so good. It's been dragged too far along. That's really like pushing the limit. I mean, it's actually touching as it's falling. Look at that. I couldn't get quicker, could I? Why is it stopped in midair though? Because of that welding machine. But it still wants to come out. So it's back to fucking how it was originally, I reckon. Jesus Christ. Except now, that one's stuck there. At least this one lands before that one does. Does that mean, if it does, I can then do something like this? And then will that push it and swivel it round out there? It'd be lovely if it did, wouldn't it? Like, so it's not going to even touch the other one. Oh. We need to get it welded though. So it always gets welded over to the right one. Otherwise it can't fall. I can hear that thing purring. Ah, so if that's purring, it's not good, is it? So it needs to be like that. He might not like it anyway, but we should have plenty of time now to push it away. So it's pushed it over there. Let's try and push it backwards. See where that takes us to. Does it cause issues? Ooh, me likey, because wait, where does it come in on? That height? Oh, I'm genuinely surprised that it's actually works, maybe. If it says product error, I'm going to throw my mouse. I've got a spare mouse to be thrown. Let's have a look at this entire thing in all its beauty. So many inefficiencies. Oh, God. It's over.
Hey Nia, what are you going to do when we get back?
I will see my family. I miss them.
I want to meet the president. Think that'll happen?
You're Canadian, right? I thought Canada had a prime minister.
We're going to be heroes. Who's ever said they wanted to meet the Prime Minister of Canada?
Ah, well, I'm sure we're all going to meet many presidents when we return.
Salvatros has given the signal. Awaiting your command, Dave.
Let's go home.
Punch it.
Oh. It's smaller than I thought it would be.
Oh, back here.
Welcome back to the Afternoon Slowdown. I'm your host, Levi Skinner. This has been one hell of a week, hasn't it, listeners? First, an alien spaceship crashes into the sea. Then the human race meets its first real extraterrestrial. And then we learn that the missing million were actually abducted by a malicious spacefaring empire. We are no longer alone in the universe. I want to know what our listeners think. To the phones. Okay, first caller. What's your name?
Hey, it's Mickey. My fiance and I would have been married by now if those
I'm sorry.
goddamn aliens hadn't abducted us. I'm going to join the Marines, kick some alien ass, and get her back. You hear me, you cold-faced bastards? We're coming for you.
Wow. Okay. You sound pumped. Next caller.
This is Phil from Arbutus, and I've got to say it. What a crock! Does the government seriously think we're going to fall for this? This is yet another ridiculous cover for those genetical engineering experiments they're doing. You know they've been trying to crossbreed a man and a pig for decades now. It's sick, and they don't want anyone knowing about it, so they're trying to cover it up with these awful excuses. Wag the dog, right, Levi? The government thinks they can get away with blaming the kidnapping of millions of people on
Can't believe
aliens?
it's finally
Yeah,
done.
right.
Let's talk to someone else. Who's this?
My name's Amanda, and I think we need to stay out of this. We haven't even put a man on Mars, and now we're going to start an intergalactic war? Sure, they took 1,000,000 people, but what about the rest of us? The aliens could wipe us off the face of the planet easily. It's too big of a risk. Let's stay grounded.
Thanks, Amanda. You make a good point. All right, let's talk to someone else. Hello, you're on.
Okay. So the only way to get rid of that is to exit to the desktop. That seems a bit odd to me, but it is what it is. Oh no, don't get me stuck on here.
Welcome back to the Afternoon Slowdown. I'm your host, Levi Skinner. This has been one hell of a week, hasn't it, listeners? First, an alien spaceship crashes into the sea. Then the human race meets its first real
Right, I'll be back in
extraterrestrial.
a second.
And then
I'm
we
gonna
learn
just listen
that
to
the
this.
missing million were actually
I'll watch my own
abducted
Twitch stream
by
while
a
I'm go
malicious
downstairs.
spacefaring empire.
And when it's
We
over,
are
it's
no
done. What is it? I think it's quite long, you see.
Longer alone in the universe. And I want to know what our listeners think. To the phones. Okay, first caller. What's your name?
Hey, it's Mickey. My fiance and I would have been married by now if those goddamn aliens hadn't abducted her. I'm going to join the Marines, kick some alien ass, and get her back. You hear me, you toad-faced bastards? We're coming for you.
Wow. Okay. You sound pumped. Next caller.
This is Phil from Arbutus, and I've got to say it. What a crock! Does the government seriously think we're going to fall for this? This is yet another ridiculous cover for those genetical engineering experiments they're doing. You know they've been trying to crossbreed a man and a pig for decades now. It's sick, and they don't want anyone knowing about it, so they're trying to cover it up with these awful excuses. Wag the dog, right, Levi? The government thinks they can get away with blaming the kidnapping of millions of people on aliens? Yeah, right.
Let's talk to someone else. Who's this?
My name's Amanda, and I think we need to stay out of this. We haven't even put a man on Mars, and now we're going to start an intergalactic war? Sure, they took 1,000,000 people, but what about the rest of us? The aliens could wipe us off the face of the planet easily. It's too big of a risk. Let's stay grounded.
Thanks, Amanda. You make a good point. All right, let's talk to someone else. Hello, you're on.
Hey, Levi, Mary here. Okay, so let me play the devil's advocate. What if, instead of uniting with the so-called resistance, we join up with the aliens that abducted all of the humans in the first place? Let me explain. They're clearly an established military force with a massive fleet. They've achieved economic success and control hundreds of planets throughout the galaxy. Okay, so our social morals are dissimilar, and I would never support abduction or slavery. But imagine how a strategic alliance with them would elevate us as we expand beyond our planet.
Next. Hello.
Hi, this is Cheryl from Lake Placid. I've dreamt about this moment ever since I was a little girl. I mean, it's wonderful. We are not alone in the universe. Isn't that beautiful? I'm going to join up so I can meet these new beings. I want to know all about their history, cultures, languages, and lives on the other side of the galaxy. I want to eat and drink with them, celebrate and grieve with them. And the sex! Think about all the appendages!
Whoa. Yeah, so, next caller, you're up.
Hello, Mr. Levi Skinner. I am an avid listener of your show and greatly enjoy your informative reporting and smooth voice. This is my first time calling in. I am actually the extraterrestrial you mentioned earlier, and I thought I could add my own perspective to this new situation.
Oh, please.
Also, would it be possible to get the phone number of your previous caller?
You had one job, Rhonda. Don't let crazy on the air. Well, we're out of time here on the afternoon slowdown. Tomorrow I'll be talking with Debbie Hauer, the infamous winner of the Humboldt County Chili Cook-Off. Be sure to tune in tomorrow and let us know what you think about Chilligate. Until then, this is Levi, reminding you to take it slow. Good night.
Okay, that wasn't too horrific actually in terms of time. I just tidied up the office actually while that was going on. So, cool. Why am I still in here though? That doesn't make much sense, does it? I'm still in the barracks. But, yeah, I think I can't delete that. Oh, it's crashed. I think there was an update due for it, and I don't know if I applied the update, but I know that Epic warned me about games not having enough space. I think I've really whacked up there. Got 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 terabytes of storage on the PC, and now it's all fucking full. 12 terabytes. I'd have never anticipated getting to this stage. But the trouble is, I've watched entire series, and I really should just delete them, maybe. But then again, you never know when you come back to stuff. I mean, I'm coming back to stuff like Cheers at the moment. Anyway, fucking hell. Right. So I think it's crashing because it's not updating. Was that long-winded bit of rambling? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to amalgamate all the last 3 sort of broadcasts into one episode. I'm going to publish that, and then I'm going to have a quick review of all my solutions into one consolidated episode, and then I'm just going to wrap up Infinifactory. Okay, catch you later. Thanks for watching.